Hello and welcome. This is ShadyFox speaking, and I'm going to be your host today for the next couple of hours. We're going to witness a very exciting tournament hosted by an organization called GOG from Japan, and we are about to see the top 8 teams competing against each other for a nice reward and basically for having the opportunity to say that they are the top players in Japan. So let's jump over checking what's happening on the stream. We are going to see the tournament live in approximately 1 minute, and until then I'm going to give you some details on what to expect and some context. So we are going to see the top 8 teams competing, and they're gonna do 2 different game modes, Clash and Payload Escort. It's gonna be a double elimination type of tournament, and the rewards, I'm sure organizers are gonna put it on screen, but first place is gonna be $400 and 600 T-gems per team members. Second place is 200 USD, 300 crystals per team member, and third place $70, 150 crystals per team members, and everybody beyond that is going to get 80 T-gems per team member. It's going to be really exciting to see what type of strategies these teams are going to come up with, because I'm pretty sure the Japanese playstyle is a bit different to compare what I'm used to. I'm playing from Europe, and I'm pretty sure they're going to surprise me with team setups and strategies. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen in the next approximately 3 hours. All right, and it's just about to start. A couple of seconds, and here we are. Lights on. I assume there's gonna be some preparation going on before the first match starts, and in the meantime, I'm gonna share the names of the teams who are still in the race. The whole tournament started with 32 teams attending, and now we're gonna see the final 8 teams. So the teams that are still in race are Echo Garen, Ignis, La Muerte, MST, PX, Team Xeno, Antokatutai, Everyday Ramen, Healthy Life. And I'm not sure if the team names are going to be visible in English or in Japanese. My Japanese language skills are like close to 0, or I could even say I have no Japanese skills or Japanese language skills. But I'm going to do my best to identify who's on screen and who are the winners. In case the players are going to have Japanese names, I'm going to just refer to the heroes they play. And there you go. We see the organizers on screen. You're not hearing them, just to make sure that we don't have overlap with the voices. And since I don't really know what they are talking about, I'm just gonna talk a bit about why we are here now and how this whole thing could happen. So basically, GOG is a company in Japan who are focusing on esports, and they are offering a tool which makes it easy for players to create tournaments and attend tournaments. And they started this T3 tournament a while ago called Rampage, and they agreed with the official T3 Arena team to do a collaboration and have the finals live on the official YouTube channel. In case you're wondering, by the way, I'm not part of the official T3 Arena team. I'm an official content creator and have a YouTube channel, and I'm going to do my best to make this as entertaining as I can. And again, I gotta say that my Japanese language skills are like close to 0. So since we didn't get an agenda in beforehand. So I need to rely on what I see on screen, but I think it's gonna be pretty straightforward. I see that based on the right hand side information, BO1, I guess we're gonna start with BO3. I guess we're gonna start with Payload Escort and then Clash, but we'll see. I think I'm just gonna make the volume a bit higher just to give you some background music. And in case it's getting too loud, just let me know. I'm trying to check the live chat while I'm talking. So if you have issues with audio or quality, just let me know. In the meantime, while we are waiting in the chat, just leave a comment on from what's your location? Yeah, I can read it. Cheese, thanks for checking in. I have it open on my iPad. Just share the location. Where are you from, guys? I see we have 99 people live. I really hope that by the time we get to the finals, we're gonna hit 10K. I know it's pretty optimistic, but I hope we're gonna do it. All right, I see someone from Romania, Saudi Arabia. Glad to see. Senegal, good, very good, very good. I'm actually very happy that the T3 community is growing so fast. So I think last time when we had the Tap All Stars tournament in July, the YouTube channel had like 50K-ish subscribers, and now we are close to 160,000. So that's pretty insane. And once the T3 Arena is going to be available via the Google Play Store, I think there's going to be a huge hype. So I expect that number to grow up to even 1 million within the next year. Okay, I say Italy, India, Malaysia, Poland, Australia. Glad to see that you guys are here all around the world. Nobody wrote Hungary. I'm from Hungary, by the way. I'm streaming from Europe, Hungary. And for me, it's now noon. But over there, for the guys, I think it must have been a very exciting day, because in Japan, it's already 7 p.m. So by the time they start the actual games, it's like pretty much in the evening already. And for them, the tournament is going to end at approximately 10 p.m. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of excitement, a lot of, happy faces and also sad moments. But this is how it is. Someone needs to win the tournament, and it can't just be one single team. Will we get redeem codes? Unfortunately, not today. Not that I'm aware of. But one thing I can tell is that I know it's like a self-promo thing, but I'm going to publish a video, an updated hero tier list in the upcoming days, maybe tomorrow, maybe on Tuesday, where I give away an OSA skin for free. So check my channel and make sure to subscribe if you want to have a chance to win that skin. In the meantime, until we are waiting, I'm happy to hear feedback from you guys, what you think about the latest updates. 1.28 patch. Are you fine with the balances, hero balancing? Yes, no. Which is your favorite hero? Anything is welcome until we just see the in-between screens. And guys, just to make it clear, so what we have on screen now, this is what's being live streamed by the official creators or organizers of the tournament. I don't have an influence on what's going to be on screen. And the T3 Arena official team decided to feature this tournament and basically having a bigger audience and allowing people to directly see what's happening over there in Japan via the official T3 Arena YouTube channel. Okay, I see Judex is the best. Yeah, I like Judex as well. It's actually my second favorite hero. My main is Aletta. Jabali is amazing. In my video I publish in the next couple of days, I was very surprised to see that Jabali isn't among the top tanks in terms of global trophy levels. I was kind of disappointed, but yeah, Jabali is also strong. Love from Indonesia, thanks. Yeah, Aletta is best. Thanks for confirming. Thanks for confirming. I got the Dragon Breath skin yesterday, by the way. Alright, I see that there's still some talking. I guess it takes some time until the guys are getting prepared for the first game. Okay, and here we see the double elimination visually. So we have the winner's side, loser's side, and if I'm not mistaken, the first game is gonna be between Team Xeno and the second one. I don't even dare to guess the name of that team, but if I count correctly, we're gonna have approximately 10-ish games to watch. Okay, I see. Please nerf Ossas. And one shots me across the map. You will find it very interesting, but based on the numbers, Hualing is just as strong as Ossas. So the global Hualing players are actually higher compared to Ossas. I see we have also players from UK. Diggy is too good than Jabali. I personally feel that Diggy is still a bit weak compared to other assassin type of heroes, compared to Shell, Aletta, and even Johnny Jet is now getting really strong. Hunter, yes, Hunter is definitely S tier hero. He's the top, let's say, hero with an assault rifle. I can't argue with that. Actually, which hero do you play the least? I'm not really playing Victor at all, and Chemist, I just play her whenever I have some quests to do. Also not in love with Iris, I think she's a bit weak. Kazama and Christina are also on bottom of my list. Alright, seems like we're heading into the first game. Let's see what we have. We're gonna see a Hunter, Jabali, Aletta setup versus Fort, Skadi, and Ossas. So that's exciting. Both of the teams have a tank, and I guess we need to wait just a couple of seconds to find out what the strategy is gonna be. So the Hunter, I guess he's gonna try to do some sneaky kills along with Aletta, and Jabali is going to try to escort the payload. Let me know in the meantime if the volume of the stream is good enough. I can make the music a bit louder or more quiet, but let's now head into the first game. Alright, we are seeing Fort doing some early damage, and Jabali with Aletta is gonna jump down and try to escort the payload, and it seems like that Aletta spotted Fort being on top. And for now, I feel like both of the teams are pretty defensive, so they are not rushing just out. They are trying to figure out the positions of the enemy players. Skadi hiding there at the corner. I think she's aware that Hunter is to the right and Jabali next to the payload. Ossas is trying to do some kills near to the payload. Yeah, Fort is gonna be a tough target for almost all the players. Fort is really powerful, really hard. But until now, they are doing well. I think the strategy seems to work. So Jabali, as I expected, near to the payload. And they are already half through to the first checkpoint. Yeah, Jabali just walking next to the payload, and Aletta on top in the building trying to find the next target. And now Aletta is gonna come trying to chase down Osas. Yes, nice kill on Osas. And now it seems like they're gonna be a huge team fight. Until now, Jabali is still... No, what a surprise from Skadi. She easily killed Jabali. Now Aletta trying to fight her. Yeah, it can be really annoying to play against Aletta, but it seems like Skadi handled it well. And now Skadi, Osas and Fort have a tiny chance to push the payload somewhat back. I can see Hunter and Aletta lining up on the left and then preparing for the attack. Now Jabali is putting up his shield, and now Fort is down. Scott is still alive. She's really strong in defending this this payload at the moment. Aletta is trying to hunt her down, and it seems like it wasn't Aletta, it was Hunter, but finally they could kill Skadi. Osa still defending the payload, but I would have assumed that it's not gonna be a big issue for Aletta and Hunter to put Osas down. And now we are at the checkpoint. What a nice shot from Osas. I didn't even see the enemy. Jabali is still just walking next to the payload, putting up the ultimate, so now nobody can kill him, or at least not through the shield. Aletta hunting down Osas. Nice. Very nice moves, and I love how organized the teams are. So they are not just going straight to the payload, they are waiting for each other and trying to attack as a team. Now they are again attempting to kill Jabali and stop the payload, and until now it seems like that in the fight Jabali versus Fort, Jabali seems to be stronger, so whilst Fort is a very strong hero, it felt like that Jabali could always somehow survive, but not this time. So Jabali is down, Hunter and Aletta trying to do some sneaky kills, but no, they just don't succeed, so the payload is gonna stop. But they still have 1.5 minutes to get to the to escort the payload. Now they seem to be a bit stuck, so whenever they are trying to near the payload, they are being shot down by Osas, by Fort, or by Skadi. So they are having a hard time. Until now, they could easily get to this point, but now it seems that they're having a hard time. Skadi is doing some lovely shots here. If I would need to guess, then this round MVP goes to Skadi until now. Although now she is down, but still she had some very nice moves. And these Osa skills, oh my god, did you see these shots? Three headshots in a row. Insane reflexes, guy. This Osas is like, wow. Okay, 30 seconds remaining. I think they're gonna have one more chance to get near to the payload, but if they die, then I think this is the end for them, and they're not gonna get to the end point. Okay, it seems like that again they somehow managed to get somebody down, and if no, they are just too near. They survive, I mean they revive, and then they just instantly appear. So by the time they kill someone, the remaining two players just secure the area, and it seems like that this is the end for them. Maybe not, let's stay optimistic, because Aletta did the kill on Fort, also killed Skadi, but she couldn't kill Osas. And this is it for the first round. Since this was the first time I was seeing the teams in action, I can't really decide who is like superior or stronger, but it feels like that the defending team is somewhat a bit more organized, and the individual skills coming out from Skadi and Osas were just insane. All right, let's see how it goes on the other side. I see that the team setup hasn't really changed, so they are pulling up the same heroes. At least on the defending side, we have Hunter, Jabali, and Aletta, but on the attacking side, we see one change. So instead, Skadi, we have now Jabali. So they're gonna try to escort the payload with 2 tanks, which is a nice strategy. I was hoping to see actually teams trying this double or actually triple tank setup, because I think that is gonna be really strong. So when ranked comes, I expect a lot of tanks teams to be on top of the leaderboards. Until now, they don't have any issues escorting the payload. They're easily wiping the enemy off the battleground. So yeah, I would have assumed that it's gonna be an easy ride for them. But let's see. There's always, you know, space for surprises. And they are playing in a very aggressive play style. So I'm not having it on screen, but Jabali is escorting the payload, and then Ford along with Osas are actually going near to the enemy, trying to hunt them down. Aletta, well, with Aletta is very strong, but let's face it, Jabali isn't the best enemy for Aletta, so it's pretty hard to bypass that shield. Even if you do double jump and dash above Jabali, it can be very, very tough to kill Jabali as Aletta. Okay, now it seems like there is a fight happening within the building, far from the payload escort, which is very interesting. So almost all of the players were on the same place, and the defending team again is dead. So the payload reached the checkpoint, and again I have the feeling that this is gonna be an easy ride for them until the finish line. Interesting about Ford is, by the way, that he is a very solid tank, but on top of his defensive skills, he has also huge damage. So he's like a hybrid. You can play him in a defensive mode, but also in a very aggressive attacking mode. Jabali very disciplined, sticking to the payload, just putting up his shield and making sure that the payload just moves and moves forward. I don't see how the defending team could stop them, and it feels like they are falling apart. Yep. So we have the winners of the first round. It felt like at the very end they were actually already falling apart and attacking the payload one by one. But it was exciting to see, and I really loved the skill level what we saw. So the Skadi and Osas were really awesome. I didn't see any MVP on screen. Okay, in the meantime, I'm also trying to check the chat. Yeah, broken comp. Yeah, I guess you're referring to the Fort and Jabali comp. GG, they did good. Yes, I agree that they had a nice strategy. Very good decision on bringing Fort into the second round. It was pretty easy for them to escort the payload. Thank you for the feedback, Black Magic. And it seems like we are already heading into the second game. And again, let me remind you guys that I don't have the agenda, so I'm not knowing when and if there is going to be a break. If there's gonna be no break, then it means I'm gonna need to talk for 3 hours straight, but I'm up to it. I wanna make it as enjoyable as I just can. So let's head into the second game. Okay, on the attacking side, we see Ossas, Fort, and Jabali, so basically the same setup and no changes in the other side either. So Jabali defending with Hunter and Aleta. Interesting, because I would have thought that after seeing the first round, they tried to come up with some counter characters, but no, it just didn't happen. So let's see what happens if they can do it any differently. It seems like they are again not trying to rush the enemy. They are trying to figure out who's standing where. Aleta is gonna have a hard time against Fort and Jabali, but she's constantly trying. Gets through that wall, gets through the walls actually, but I don't see how that would work. She would actually need to sneak behind them and have a quick kill from behind. Actually, with the help of Jabali, they could manage the kill, so they could actually stop them. And nice double jump from Aleta there. Again, I see Fort and Jabali being next to the payload and also trying to do some fancy kills from the building, but he didn't succeed. Osas is down, and which leaves them 2 versus 3. Jabali is down as well, and Fort again is down. Interesting, so they had the same setup, but it seems that now it's just working a bit better than in the previous match. Says knows that Jabali is hiding there. Fort again with Jabali standing next to the payload. And they are near to the first checkpoint. Yeah, that Jabali shield is just too powerful. Along with the Fort shield, it's almost impossible to deal damage. But until now, I think this round is slightly better than the previous one for the defending team. They can do some kills now and then. But yeah, Hunter now shot down Ossas. Hunter almost killed Jabali, but no. At the end of the day, the strategy still works. And in the meantime, I'm gonna just make the game a bit louder, just so you hear the... Let me know if the volume of the game is getting too loud compared to my voice, okay? Because I'm not hearing myself. I'm gonna watch the live chat. Again, it seems like T1 team can just easily escort the payload. I don't see any chance defending this. Like Fort and Jabali sticking next to the payload, it's just too powerful. With 2 shields being up, it's hard to even get close to them. not even thinking about killing them, and then having Osas as a backup who is doing some nice shots and basically one-shotting people. So there you go. Payload is, I almost said escorted, but I think it will in a couple of seconds. Yep, there you go. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna try to guess the team names. I think T1 team is... No, I'm not gonna guess. Guys, I'm not gonna guess. I'm sure that Team Xeno is on the left-hand side, T1 team. I'm not sure what their official name is, but we just know that they are at the moment the winners. All right, and it seems like they are using pretty much the same setup for defending, like Ossa, Skadi, and Fort. It seemed to work. I think in the first round instead Fort we had Jabali, but anyways, now on the attacking team that we have a change. So instead of Jabali, we see Ruby for the first time in this tournament. Again, I think Skadi is gonna have some... Wow, that Hunter now surprised Skadi. So I was just about to say that we're gonna see some nice headshots again from Skadi, and then she instantly died. I'm not surprised, by the way, about the hero choices. So we can clearly see the S tier heroes, Hunter, Aletta, Fort, and Ostas as well, so I'm not surprised. I'm really interested to see if the other teams are gonna play the same heroes or not. But let's get back to this game. Let's see if they can successfully escort the payload or not. Oh my god. So I was about to say that killing Aletta, jumping around in the air, dashing sidewards with Osas, it's like almost impossible, and then Osas landed a headshot on Aletta. Very nice reflexes, very nice skills. Yeah, well, for Aletta, you know, same as for Jabali, Aletta versus Fort. Not ideal, so Aletta should be more focusing on Osas or Skadi in my opinion, instead of trying to kill Fort. There you go, now they finally... I just said they could finally kill Fort, and then by the time the payload started moving, Osas just landed the kill, and again they get stuck. What I see, by the way, is that the attacking team, so Ruby, Hunter, and Aletta, they are not really you know, working together. I mean, they are not attacking together. I think their strategy is that Aletta is gonna try to sneak behind them and try to land the kill on Osas or Skadi, but it just doesn't seem to work. But this shot was nice from Hunter. And by the time they manage to kill someone, the teammates are just there again, and which makes it really hard for them to escort the payload. So Skadi is back again, but now they could actually wipe off the whole team. So maybe they're gonna have a chance to get to the yeah, they got to the checkpoint, which means they have a chance. They still have a chance, but they're gonna run out of time if they're not making good progress here. Now, interestingly, the team where we have Ford, so the T1 team is attacking one by one. What a nice ultimate from Ford. I almost thought it's gonna be a triple kill, but no. Then Aletta would do her magic, but Aletta is also down. I think if they team up and if they pull off some nice strategy, they have 1 or even 2 chances to escort, but against such an Osas, guys, incredible skills. Interesting to see that this Osas is not actually trying to snipe down people from the distance. He's going really close to the enemy, and then still, even with close enemies, just landing those headshots. Hunter versus Ford, 1 against 1. Ford easily killed Hunter. So this is what I said regarding Ford. Ford is very strong, very powerful at the moment. Ruby trying to do some damage on Ford. Osas again on the right hand side. Now it seems like Osas missed a shot, and then Ruby could take advantage of that and kill Osas. Now they need to bypass Ford, and by the time I was saying that, Skadi just appeared and killed Ruby. I see someone saying Labula in the chat. I'm really curious to see if you're gonna see any Labula players, because the buff definitely helped him. I think Labula is not one of the strongest heroes, but interesting hero, definitely. 4 seconds, I think even with the overtime, I don't see a huge chance escorting this, but Aletta, nice move, nice kill on Osas. But again, Skadi is around, Ford is around. Now Ford is trying to stop them. Osas there again. Okay, Aletta sneaking from the back. I'm not sure if she's gonna have enough time to do it, but yeah, nice strategy. What a nice thinking, what a nice move. Unfortunately, she's dead, and thereby they are losing the round, but it was a nice idea to get behind them. Alrighty, and now we're gonna find out if they're gonna have any additional games. I would assume that there's gonna be one more round, but let's see. I'm not hearing, guys, the commentary, by the way, from the organizers, and even if I would, I wouldn't understand a single word, so we're just gonna find out. Alright, we're looking at the replays at the moment, and I'm not surprised that we have Osas on screen, so these headshots were just insane. Aletta sneaky kills from the background. This is what she's supposed to do, but then again being stopped by Osas. This Osas player is really skilled, I must say. And what we learned from the first game or first games is that definitely the double tank setups are super strong, especially on these escort maps. But I think in other game modes, double tank setups are going to work well. Here, this is the moment where I thought he's going to do a triple kill. He actually almost did a triple kill. He didn't have too much HP. But then it just wasn't enough. right, in the meantime, checking live chat. Guys, if you have any questions regarding the tournament rewards, keep them coming. I'm not continuously looking at the chat, but whenever I have time, I'm gonna try to reply to you or answer your questions. When will the Judex Ultimate bug be fixed? I don't have a precise date on when, but what I know from the T3 Arena team is that they're constantly working on the bugs, so with every single update and patch, more and more bugs are being fixed. I would encourage you guys to hop onto Discord whenever you feel there's a bug in the game, because there's an official form which you can use to submit the bug, and if you do that, then instantly it's going to end up in the developer's backlog, which makes it easier for the team to spot these bugs. And thank you in the name of the T3 Arena team for being such a nice community, always flagging and always mentioning your concerns, your issues, because it's really helpful. And also big thank you for the T3 Arena official team, because they are listening to the community, which is a great thing. It's not happening for every single game. And now I can see that we are having a 2 minutes break. I'm gonna have a short break as well, grabbing some drinks, but see you guys in less than 2 minutes. All right, so here we are again, and we can see the first two winners. I can definitely see that MST is one of the winning teams. The other team, I'm gonna try to find out what's the English name of the other team, but we have two winners. In the meantime, until we are waiting for the next game to start, I'm gonna spend the time checking the live chat. All right. I can see some hype is happening here and there. I love the fact that you guys are interacting with the live chat. Keep it up, and share the stream with your friends, with other players to make this stream reach as many players as we just can. No audio? Yes, no audio. Sorry for that. So the original stream which we're getting from the organizers comes without commentary. So you just hearing my voiceover basically. What do you think is the best character in the game? I think it depends on which type of hero or character we are talking about. So I feel that in the damage dealers, I think it's Hunter, Assassins, it's Aletta, tanks, Fort, and snipers, Ossas. But we need to start focusing on the next game, which is just about to start. And interestingly, we're gonna see new heroes. So Kazama, Kazama hasn't been picked, but it seems like we're gonna have Hualing debuting into the tournament along with Hunter and Ruby. And on the other side, Hunter, Aletta, Ruby, which is kinda almost a mirror match, because on both sides we have Hunter and Ruby. Let's see, because I think the base strategy is pretty much the same. So having at least one tank, and then having 2 additional players trying to the kills from the back or from the side. Let's see if their playstyle is going to be aggressive or more defensive. I see that the attacking team, instead of going to the payload, they are trying to hunt down the defending team. 2 of them are already up in the building, and Hunter just trying to secure the area. And now no, actually nobody went to the payload, so they were trying to rush the enemy team, but they just didn't succeed. So good job on the defending side until now, because after landing 1 or 2 kills, they started escorting the payload. Okay, and I'm glad to see that we have the English names on screen, so at least we know which teams are on screen. Okay, again, same strategy, so tank being close to the payload. And until now, all goes well. I think this is the fastest escort until now. So I was surprised at the very beginning they are not actually trying to get near to the payload. It was, I think, surprising for the enemy, but now since they actively started to push the payload, they are doing a very nice progress. So they actually already reached the first checkpoint, and seems like that the defending team just can't stop them. So Ignis is having a hard time at the moment. They can't even land skills. Oh my god, what a nice jump shot from Hualing. What a nice jump shot. And this is the real power of Hualing. Even though she got nerfed, she is really powerful, still really powerful. They are trying to get a kill from top and thereby stopping the team, but it just doesn't seem to work. That payload just keeps moving and moving. They have still so much time, and it seems like they just can't stop them. Let's see. Hunter versus Hualing, and Hualing killing Hunter from a close range. They are very near to escorting the payload. Very near. I think this was the smoothest ride until now. The defending team kind of didn't have any chance. So I'm really curious to see, if they can instantly change something in their strategy. Ignis seems like gonna stick to Aletta. Ruby, Hunter, same setup. On the other side, on the defending side, we see Hualing, Hunter, and Sindri. The first time Sindri in the tournament. No, not Sindri. Johnny Jet. Yes, I am personally very happy about the fact that we're gonna see a Johnny Jet, because he's so underrated. Since the buff, Johnny Jet got so strong, so I really hope personally that I'm gonna see Johnny Jet in this tournament. And there you go. Let's see if the strengths they've been showing on the attacking side is going to be the same on the defending side as well. Yeah, I can see in the chat to 46, it was really super fast. It was like a smooth ride. Now let's see how they are doing on the defending side, or if Ignis could come up with a nice strategy to be even faster. Letta, I saw Letta sneaking to the back, but now Johnny Jet already attacking Ruby. Ruby is down. It wasn't the Johnny Jet kill, but they could have... They just couldn't start escorting the payload yet. I think Aletta is just waiting there to do some kills, and until now the defending team is still doing a very great job, although the payload just started. We'll see. Now they are standing, all three of them are standing next to the payload, so I think they are trying to, you know, utilize the fact that whenever somebody comes near to them, they're just gonna instantly kill them. Let's see how it goes. No, Hualing just stopped them. Hualing just stopped one of them. Johnny Jet also securing the payload. There's still some chance that they can proceed with this escort, but definitely they are slower compared to Echo Garen team. Ignis is having a good strategy, but they are a bit slower. Alright, it's a 1 versus 3 situation for Hualing versus the whole team. Now Johnny Jet is also coming, and Hunter as well. Let's see who is gonna win this team fight. Now Hualing missed some shots, but she's been performing a very nice jump shot in the previous game. Hualing down, and thereby, I think, yes, they reached the checkpoint by killing Jolly Jet. So far, so good from Team Ignis. Hunter trying to sneak in from the side, but no, he's being knocked down. Johnny Jet jumping right onto the payload, putting down his ultimate. And it seems like that now, yes, they could defend. So now Team Ignis needs to come up with a strategy to how to control the payload again. I think they're waiting for each other, preparing for a nice attack, but I feel that they are running out of time. Yeah, I can see in the live chat you guys are already saying that no time. They're not gonna have enough time. I see you're mentioning Johnny. Yeah, I'm also very happy about the Johnny Jet pick. Wow, what a headshot again. And Hualing, not sure if you saw, but 8 kills. I think that was the first Rampage in the tournament. Not sure, maybe I'm wrong, but 8 kills in a row from Hualing. Many have said that after the nerf, Hualing got very weak, and now here's the proof that Hualing is still very, very strong in the game. I think this is the dead end for them, so I think the defending team found the right spots to hide, and whoever comes, they're just gonna hunt them down one by one. Well, this was surprising for Hualing. She didn't expect the letter to come from the side, but still, maybe I'm wrong. Because now they secured the payload again. But in terms of time, you know, for them it just takes more time. I'm not even sure if they're gonna get to the finish line. We'll see. to be honest, Team Ignis is also performing fine. So if I would need to face such a team, I think they would wipe me off the battleground. So I'm not saying that they are doing something wrong, but Team Ekogaron is just having a slightly better strategy, and they were just performing a bit better. Johnny Jet again putting down his ultimate. Yeah, Johnny Jet just became just as annoying as Aletta. And now with his double Veil of Chaos and increased damage buff, increased weapon damage, I think it's a very viable and strong hero. Okay, well, they couldn't discord the payload, so one more time the defending team stopped them, and I think now it's the end. They are running out of time, but this was a very nice competitive game we saw here. Not sure how you feel, but I think this was a very exciting match. You want to see Labula? Yeah, the broccoli guy, right? I want to see Labula as well, and I'm very curious to see if you're gonna see the less the heroes people don't really tend to play, so the Kazamas, Christinas, and so on. I think they're not gonna put it. They're not gonna use them in a tournament situation. I mean, if you're attending a tournament and if you're going for the top one Japan title, you want to bring the best heroes you can. All right. Again, in the meantime, if you have questions regarding heroes, the patch, or the tournament in general, I'm happy to answer them. For those who joined late, I'm just going to repeat the rewards if I have some time. So the first place, the first team is going to get $400 US and 600 T gems per team member. Second place for $200 US and 300 T gems per team member. Third place is a small prize, $70 and 150 crystals per team member. And fourth to eighth place, they're just going to get some T gems. And now we're heading into the next game. Again, I gotta guess. I gotta wait until we see the game starting to see the team names. But there you go, chat. You wanted it, and now you have it. We have Labula. Let's see how Labula is going to perform. Remaining heroes, again, not a big surprise. They're pulling up the same heroes. Ruby, Aletta, Hualing, Hunter. Hunter is present in like almost all the team setups. So Hunter is very strong. His utility, like throwing all the, using his active and constantly see where the enemy is, trying to hide, is like superior. But let's see how Labula is going to perform on the defending side. Okay, it's going to be a slow start again. Nobody is rushing the payload. I can see Aletta trying to do some sneaky kill from behind, but she's not really succeeding against Hualing. Yeah. Almost, I would say almost, but then with the help of Labula, Aletta got shut down. And now Labula in action. By the time we saw the first Labula kill, the camera has changed. Let's see what Hualing is doing from the distance. Until now, the defending team is nicely defending the payload. Aletta, interestingly, Aletta is trying to push the payload. She's not the best hero to do that. And now I think they're gonna swap. So Ruby just arrived, and I think Aletta is gonna try to hunt down Hualing or eventually Hunter to support their teams. But let's see. Let's see. Until now, I feel like we didn't really see any team dominating, like from a defensive standpoint. So there was no team who could actually stop the attacking team right at the beginning. So the attacking teams are doing pretty well, and now they are nearing to the checkpoint. They actually reached the checkpoint. And yeah, and again, the tank strategy. So having a tank next to the payload, this is what needs to happen, you know, to make it easier to move forward with that payload. For Labula, I didn't really feel that Labula added too much to this game, but there could always be a surprise. Aletta going for Hunter from the back. Going for Labula, and there you go. For 1 second I wanted to say that this Aletta is just unstoppable with 6 kills. Unfortunately she died, but Aletta, you know, is still undoubtable the best assassin hero. So if you can control her, and if you can control where you dash, and with all the double jumping, you can confuse the enemy. And again, while I was saying that, this Hualing, you know, just did an easy headshot on Aletta from a very close distance. So there's always surprise in the game. This is what I love about T3. It's like, you know, you cannot just simply say that there's one good hero. All of the heroes are very good, and many team setups work. It's not just that, you know, whenever you face Aletta you're gonna die. No, it's not like that. You can easily die with any of the heroes, and you can easily do some killing and do some magic with any of the heroes. So even when we talk about, you know, not that good heroes like Christina and Kazama, they are also pretty good. They are also very powerful. Okay, I think in the second phase, so since the checkpoint, the attacking team slowed down a bit, so they have a harder time escorting the payload, but I think they're gonna do it until the finish line. I mean, they're gonna make it.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Rip Labula, yeah, everybody is cheering for Labula. Labula got destroyed. Let's see if they can finish into the finish line. I mean, if they can escort the payload, and I'm gonna answer your questions on the chat.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Again, some magic from Hualing. Really interesting. Hualing versus Hualing. Love that moment. Hualing, we didn't see it. We saw it from Labula's point of view, but jump shot from Hualing, who just killed the broccoli guy. So there was a question regarding redeem codes. Unfortunately not. So this is not an official tournament sponsored or hosted by TapTap or T3 Arena. T3 Arena team is just restreaming at the tournament which is organized by a company called GOG from Japan, and this is why we are not really having redeem codes during this tournament. Let's see second round. No big change in the setups, but unfortunately, no more Labula. It's gonna be Hualing versus Hualing again, Ruby versus Ruby again, and on one side we have Aletta, other side Hunter. I see someone saying Scotty main. Yes, the Scotty, we saw that she was performing very nicely in that game. Okay, let's see how the defending team is gonna stop this awesome setup because I feel Ruby along with Hunter on her side is pretty powerful, but they managed it easily. Aletta and Ruby, they just wiped them off the battleground. But the payload started moving. Hualing started pushing the car. Again, Aletta, I read somewhere that she is a very annoying little mosquito. Yes, she is, and she's a powerful mosquito. So the game just started and she already has 4 kills. I think the attacking team is now lining up and preparing for the next attack, but it seems like the defending team is fully prepared to counter them and stop them. Now Aletta is down. Fight very close to the payload. Ruby picking up some health. Hualing escorting the payload along with Ruby. And no, they just couldn't defend it. The push was just too much. I think in terms of time, they are a bit behind, but in the second phase, in the previous game, it was not that fast, so I think they still have a chance. They still have a chance to win this. We'll see. Hualing jump shots. Oh my god, that headshot landed while the other Hualing was jumping down from the window. I always knew that T3 Arena, the game itself, is very fast-paced, and as you can see in this tournament, everything is happening just so fast that by the time I say something, you know, that player might be killed already. So indeed, you need to have very nice reflexes and you need to be very focused whenever you play the game. But at the same time, you know, you gotta focus, but at the same time, it's so much fun. So I'm really glad that this game has been released in first place. I think the world really needed a nice shooter game already for mobile. Right, back to the game. Seems like that the payload is still somewhat moving, but I can't really decide which team is stronger at this point. Both of them, it seems like to be a tie. But we'll see. Again, this Aletta is unstoppable. I mean, all the Alettas we saw, they are super hard to play against. I mean, even if the damage that comes from those pistols is not superior, still she can jump around, dash around, and kind of slowly eat the enemy alive. Or phrasing it differently, with small shots, just, you know, knock them down. It can be really confusing if you play against Aletta. Ruby versus Ruby, next to the payload. And they seem to get stuck. So the payload isn't really moving. I think for the last minute they couldn't really move the payload. They have still 1 minute. And I don't really know why they're coming one by one. So Hunter was way in front of the team. I think in these situations it's really important to attack at the same time. They are just hunting them down one by one.
Triple kill.
Wow. Wow, we just saw I think incredible individual Hualing skills. So if this Hualing wouldn't have landed these headshots, the payload again would have been stuck on that point, but thanks to Hualing it keeps moving. Again, A fourth kill by Hualing. Now she's down, but I think Hualing had a great moment there. Let's see. They have overtime, so if they manage to push these, no, it's the end. They were so close, but they just couldn't do it. Alright, I think back to the studio again. Since we don't know and don't hear what they say, I just have an assumption that they are talking about the previous game. But I didn't want to guess. I'm gonna check the live chat in the meantime. If you see the chat say T3 best, I give you something really good for whoever said it. So I guess you were referring to the chat, but I was saying it out loud. T3 best. Letter for MVP. Unfortunately, we are not seeing the MVPs. So after the games, we are not seeing who's getting the MVP and SVP. I would love to see that, but we are just not. Organizers thought not to add it to the game. And we are instantly heading to the next one. So in this game, we're gonna see a Jabali Aletta Ossa setup versus Sindri, Skadi, and Hunter. And it seems like that this is the point where we switch the game modes. So if I'm not mistaken, this is gonna be Clash. And let's see. This is the first Clash game we see in this tournament. I can see that the Jabali team is sticking together. The Hunter team, they are a bit further away from each other. Also checking what's happening on the first floor. Hunter trying to get some kills from the bottom. Aletta attacking now Hunter, but Hunter almost could escape, and then Aletta landed the kill. On the Ignis team, all three players are still alive. Everybody is on full HP. Now the team fights Skadi against Aletta. And Skadi landed the kill with a nice headshot. So it's 2 versus 2. Jabali and Ossas versus Sindri and Skadi. Interesting. Ossas and Jabali just walking there hand in hand. And she's trying to get a kill from above on Sindri. And he almost managed to kill Sindri, but no, Sindri could pick up that health pack. Sindri again on top, and now Skadi. I thought she's gonna jump down, but no. Wow, what a headshot from Ossas! And which leaves Sindri alone. Ossas could actually heal himself up. Jabali nicely defending Ossas here against Sindri. And now Sindri trying to, I think she was just checking what's happening down there and then instantly jumping back up, but then there's no way out. Jabali and Ossas killed Sindri. Interesting to see how different the game mode is compared to Payload Escort. And I see the setup is going to be the same. Sindri, Skadi, Hunter, and the winning team is choosing Ruby and Shell along with Hualing. Oh, I see. Install the game on Wednesday. I love it so much. Thanks to the feedback. Yeah, indeed, you did the right choice. It's a great game. Heading into the second game, Hualing trying to get an early kill from a distance, but nobody is in line of sight, so they are all hiding behind the walls. No kills here, no easy kills for Hualing here. Sindri and Skadi being at the bottom floor. They are really cautious with each other, so they are not just rushing to the enemy. They precisely know if they get near, they are getting easy targets. So for now, it's more of a, let's find a good spot. Let's find an easy kill. And now there you go. There you go. Hualing had a kill on Skadi, and now the action begins. Double kill from Hualing. Again, let me just remind you, even though she got nerfed, she's super strong. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but Sindri Chicken Dance was activated with her Rage Ball, but even that chicken head couldn't help. Alright, which makes it 2-0. And in the third game, Fort, Hunter and Skadi facing against Aletta, Hualing and Hunter. They tried Sindri 2 times, but it just didn't work out. Who has less than 100 profits and blah blah blah. I'm gonna get back to you on the chat, but let's focus on the game for now. First time we're seeing Fort on this map. Fort is, I think, viable on all of the game modes, all of the maps. Let's see. Again, very cautious beginning, very careful. They are carefully trying to find out where the enemy is hiding. And also, while they are waiting, their ultimate starts loading. So I guess they want to wait until their ultimates are up. But now we have Skadi down. So 1 kill against Ignis team, which leaves them 2 versus 3. And there you go. It was Hunter versus Hunter, and it makes it a 1 versus 3. Would be a real clutch situation if that Fort could be doing a triple. I doubt it, but let's see. No, it was like, just chasing down Fort from different angles. But this makes it 2-1, so they still have a chance to do an epic comeback, guys. Alright, I think the same setup is going to be applied. Fort, Hunter, Skadi. And on the other side, we're going to see Jabali, Ossas, and Gloria. Actually, this is the first time we're seeing Gloria here. Alright, this is a perfect map, by the way, for snipers, for Ossas and Hualing players. Especially if you have a Jabali standing next to you who is protecting you even if you're not behind the wall. So really like the strategy, how Jabali is supporting Ossas here. We're giving him enough space and visibility to do some shots without having to worry about getting any damage. But the enemy team precisely knows that, so they are not just gonna come out and stand there for a long time. It seems like Fort is trying to do some damage with his anti-missile rifle, or how it is called. No real action until now. I think I think Osas is trying to land the kill from distance, and if that happens, they're gonna start attacking. But the other side is also aware of that, so they're not just gonna go into line of sight. They're just gonna wait. I think they're gonna try to find out where Gloria is, and if they could hunt down Gloria, and that would result in a 2 versus 3 situation, and then they would just rush onto Jabali and Osas. But for now, you know, just very carefully defending. And I see Jabali and Osas move down from the top. Still not much movement. I'm not seeing Gloria, so I wonder where she is at the moment. Okay, Gloria is trying to sneak here from the side, but she's not having enemies in line of sight. Now, there you go. The real strength of Gloria. Like, somebody appears and with her assault rifle, like in seconds, just, you know, knocking them off. But at the same time, they could also land the kill on Osas, which makes it 2 versus 2. Jabali coming over to Gloria, starting to defend her. Gloria used her ultimate on Fort, but it wasn't really successful. And actually, unfortunately, Gloria jumped into the zone where she got the damage and she got punished. This is what happens if you wait for too long on the Clash map. You know, the safe zone starts shrinking, and you just cannot go outside. Alright, if I'm not mistaken, guys, then we're gonna have a short break. But I might be wrong, we'll see. I would love to see some replays during the games, but this is what it is, this is what we are getting. There you go. I just need to wish for something, right? I wish everything would be like this in life. I wish for replays. There you go. We are getting a recap of the payload escort. I think we're gonna have Hualing shots in Spotlight. Yeah, we are seeing the defending skills from Hualing and some, I think, yes, there you go. This was the, I think this was the game where she did 8 kills in a row, a Rampage. Hunter being on screen. I'm just gonna make the background music a bit louder, because I think for you guys it's a bit too, it's not loud enough. But tell me in the chat if the actual game voice is getting too loud compared to my voice. There's a question in the chat, seriously, how to get more T-gems. I want to let the skin T3 Arena get an update for more T-gems. Well, like in every other game, you know, if you are going for the epic or mythic or the expensive skins, you cannot just get them for free. You gotta pay some real money to get them. But I think the fact that you can get some free T-gems with the battle pass is a nice gesture from T3 Arena team. But this is what it is. Somebody has to play, you know, somebody has to pay for all that work that is behind this game. So all the developers and creatives. And let's face it, guys, we should be happy that we have a free-to-play game. You can actually play the game without having to spend any money. And I think that on its own, it's a big thing. So I'm totally fine that you know, for the skins you gotta pay. I wish I would have been the best player in the world, but I'm not. I think you are not alone, Hanish. I feel the same. No, I want the elite screen. Do you realize I'm a child? Well, many players in the community are not adults. I'm pretty much an exception. Where I'm close to 40, but that's not the most common thing. Most players are below 18, I would say. Alright, I'm not sure if you're preparing for the next matchup right now or if there's gonna be a break. And until then, I'm just reading the live chat. I wish to unbox Ford Black Magic from Black Magic. I think the more heroes you own, the harder it is to unbox new heroes. And there you go. I guess that we would have a break. Take your time to grab a drink or have a quick toilet break or whatever, and see you guys in 3 minutes. Alright, and here we are again. It was a very short break, and I'm happy that the organizers are not having too long breaks during the games, because whenever that happens, I saw it in other games, it makes the audience bored. So I'm very happy to see that one game comes after the other. Until now, I personally was enjoying the payload escort maps a bit more compared to the Clash, but Clash can also be exciting because you have just one chance, and then you just kill or die basically. One note on the skins, I saw there was some discussion regarding Aletta skin and why there aren't 3. In case you're interested, I'm going to have a hero tier list video in the next couple of days published on my channel, where I give away an Ossa skin, an Ossa's Shearwood skin, the one you can buy for trophies. I think it's going to be up in a couple of days. Shady needs a partner. Thanks for the support. At the moment, I'm alone. I'm hosting this alone. But maybe next time, maybe in the next tournament, I'm gonna have a co-host. We'll see. And it's much appreciated, guys, if you send me feedback. Actually, this is the first time ever I'm doing this, so every positive feedback is much appreciated. All right, and we're already heading into the next game. T1 team, interesting. T1 Aletta APA or APA in Hungarian, it means dad, so it's pretty funny for me, but this is what it is. Again, very common setups we already saw in the tournament. So Fort Aletta with Ossas, and on the other side, Hualing, Aletta, and Fort. We're going to see Fort versus Fort. I think we didn't have Fort versus Fort yet. And Hualing, Aletta, and Fort. MST team is on the defending side. I love the spot where Aletta is hiding. I'm not sure if you saw it, or in the left-hand side, she's standing on that tower there, trying to understand where the attacking team is coming from. Oh, again, oh my god, these Hualing and Ossas in this tournament, they are just performing so great. What a nice headshot on Aletta. Hualing is really strong. I'm not sure if you compare Ossas to Hualing. Until now, I feel like that in this tournament, Hualings are performing better. Even though we all feel that Ossas is the primary sniper at the moment in the game. Fort, no big surprise. I'm not surprised at all that we are seeing Forts in the game or in this tournament. He's a great help in terms of defending and attacking. And until now, the attacking team, again, is doing somewhat great on the payload. I mean, escorting the payload. But again, I feel that this game is pretty much equal. So I cannot clearly say that the attacking or defending side is stronger. Although I'm glad to see that we're seeing an Aletta versus Aletta. But everything is just happening so fast. By the time I would say Aletta killed X or Y, that Aletta is already dead. Anyways, interesting to see that the organizers are showing us a lot of footage from the building, and I'm not even seeing where the payload is at the moment. I can see that it's nearing the first checkpoint. And now it's the point where the attacking team starts to be a bit more organized and sticking to the payload. Ossa's trying to hunt down Hualing from the side, but he missed the shot and he got punished by Fort. Aletta kills from behind. Many players don't even realize that Aletta is around, and by the time they do, they are already dead. So Aletta, as you can see, and undoubtedly one of the best assassin players. We had Aletta in almost all of the teams until now. And Hualing versus Aletta here. Oh my gosh! Again, Hualing wins the 1 versus 1. These Hualings and the Assassins have very nice skills. Very nice kills we saw until from close distance. Ostas versus Hualing. And again, I'm not really seeing the payload, but I know that it passed the first checkpoint. In this game, the organizers, I think by the time they switch to the right camera angle, they are being forced to switch to something else because everything is just happening too fast. But now Fort is riding the payload, and they are getting nearer and nearer to the finish line. They are not super fast, but I believe they're gonna reach the finish line. It's like incredible team fight what's happening there, close to the payload. I can't even say out who is attacking whom because everything is just happening at once. There must be a little confusion there at the moment within the teams. They are just, instead having a proper strategy, just shoot whatever or shoot whoever they see. It sometimes happens. Right, but now I think I wanted to say that they're gonna escort the payload and then Ford jump down from behind, kill them from behind. The defending team still has a couple of chances to stop them from escorting the payload, but I think it's just gonna happen. For example, nobody saw Aletta sneaking next to the payload. I think she's gonna escort it now. No, a couple of meters are still missing. But if she lands that kill on Fort, yes, and she does, then the payload could have been escorted, but then just Hualing popped up from the back. So this game was like super fast, not that strategy based, just like, shoot whatever you see, but seems like it works. Maybe it's because we have two Alettas on screen. And with two Alettas, everything just happens super fast. 7 seconds. I still believe they're gonna escort the payload, but we'll see. Yeah, if you're at the very end, it's harder and harder because the spawn points are just too close. They revive and then they're just instantly there. So they couldn't escort the payload. Just a couple of meters were missing, but they just couldn't do it. So great job on the defending side. Great job. Again, no surprises in the team setups. We're gonna see Fort, Aletta, Ostas, Hunter. So the heroes basically we got used to. Here's an exception. First time we're gonna see Ya in action. Maybe it's gonna be Ya to counter Aletta. We'll see. Definitely not because of Fort, so I think the Ya choice could be to counter Aletta and or Ostas. Yeah, I see chat saying that was insane. It was even hard to follow, and even the organizers didn't know what to put on screen because there was so much action happening at the same time.
3, 2, 1, start.
Okay, first time we're seeing Ya. Let's see what's gonna happen. Aletta again utilizing the same spot and to get some early kills. She didn't land the kill, but it was a nice idea to jump up there. There you go, Aletta versus Ya. This is what I expected. Who's gonna win this fight? 1 versus 1. And it's Aletta. Aletta double kill. So yeah, I like the thinking to bring something else versus Aletta, but it seems like this Aletta is just unstoppable. 3 kills already. Yeah, trying to sneak from behind. She found Fort, which is not the best target. She's actually trying to fight him, but then a lucky kill, she's jumping down and randomly just spotting Aletta. Wow, and what a nice dash. How this is a nice way to utilize her active, like dashing up to the upper floor. Then unfortunately she got killed, but that move was really nice. It seems like that the defending team is doing pretty well here, so I guess the idea was to from Ya to do some early kills, like sneaking behind instead of focusing on the payload. It didn't happen, so it seems like they switched strategy and now they are actually trying to escort the payload. And Ossas did kill Ya while she was dashing. Actually, this is something I think should be changed over time in the game. So while Ya is using her active ability, she should be getting less damage or something like that, because I personally die a bunch of times when I'm dashing through the enemy and I can't even dash through them. I die, you know, while I'm using the ability. Ossas versus Ya. Again, Ya is down, so I think the idea of bringing Ya was nice, but it just doesn't seem to work out as expected. Defending team is doing pretty nice. At this point, I would say that this is gonna be maybe the first match where they don't reach, where the attacking team doesn't reach the first checkpoint. Especially seeing that they have 25 seconds remaining. If they lose this team fight now, then there's no chance they're gonna reach the checkpoint. Ya trying to kill the teleport, but Ford appears. Ah, they could successfully bring Ford down, but still, even with the overtime, I think they're not gonna do it. The full team is here to defend the payload. Ah, what a surprise. Ya killed Ossas, which brings them back into the game, I would say. If she lands another kill on Aletta, then there might be a slight chance to reach the checkpoint. But no, it didn't happen. It wasn't actually Aletta killing Ya, it was Ford. But seems like the defending team, yes, they did defend the payload, so they didn't reach the first checkpoint. Alright, so let's have a look at the live chat. I see Yomari asking, is there a chance that they will make it 5 versus 5? Yes, it's in the backlog. I think ranked game mode is gonna come first in season 3, but then maybe December or January, February, we're gonna have 5 versus 5 game mode available. It has been announced that they are working on it, but the actual go live date is unknown yet. Heading into the next game, seems like we're gonna see another Aletta versus Aletta fight, and just the usual setup. So one tank, one assassin, and one sniper. Sometimes that sniper is being swapped to a damage dealer like Hunter, but this could be considered as the default setup for this game, payload escort strategy. So even though it's not a mirror game in terms of hero types, I think it's a mirror. So Aletta versus Aletta, tank versus tank, Ford and Jabali, and Orsas versus Hualing. Let's see who has a better strategy.
3, 2, 1, start.
And this is not the first time where we are seeing Aletas hiding here, jumping up, trying to do some early damage on the attacking team. And now it seems to work. Actually, Hualing didn't spot that Aleta jumped up to their starting zone. And Aleta is still alive fighting the Jabali. They just can't kill him. Hualing is also dead. This was a nice, not just an attempt. She actually performed well and pushed back the attacking team. Ossa's close ranged action on screen, trying to find a better position until he does. Back to Aleta. All right, now we're seeing the it's kind of the fifth time where I see on screen that somebody is attacking the teleport. I think due to the fact that everything is just happening so fast, it must be very hard for the organizer team to put, you know, the action on screen that is actually happening. But until now, I'm very satisfied with how the tournament is being organized. It's easy to follow, enjoyable. And in this match, it seems like the attacking side doesn't really have any big issues or challenges escorting the payload. They are already near the checkpoint. Defending side had a nice start, so the defender, defending Aleta had a nice move at the beginning, but since then she's not able to really stop them. Again, a bit funny to see whenever Aleta is shooting the big Jabali shield and basically not even breaking it. Not sure, guys, if you heard, but you know, the Aleta weapon sound got stuck. I think you know, whenever she dies, that's gonna go away. Yes, it was a bit annoying. Checkpoint reached. So we're gonna head into the second phase of this match, and again, this seems to be very similar to the previous games. So everything is happening super fast, pretty hard to follow as a viewer. Obviously, if you are actually attending the game, it's different. But as a viewer, you know, especially if the organizers keep changing the camera, it's very hard to follow on what's happening. But in terms of time, I think the attacking team is performing pretty well. Even though the annoying Mosquito Aleta keeps hindering them and does some sneaky kills from behind. But all in all, I think this is a pretty good example on how to escort the payload. In the meantime, Y3 T3, good question in the chat. I have no clue why it has been called T3, but I'm gonna ask the T3 team, Gordo and LazyCaz and Box to share it in one of the live QAs in case they know. Aleta versus Hualing. Now Aleta came out as the winner. And the well-proven strategy, Jabali glued to the payload with his shield up. Just keep escorting and escorting. Now I can definitely say that the strategies from the teams aren't that different. So I think all of the teams are reapplying the same strategy in terms of setup and game style. We see some nice, very nice individual skills from Ossas's and Hualing's Aletas, so we can definitely learn some new stuff. very nice moves, but in terms of strategy, it's pretty much the same. Again, did you see that headshot from very close range? Awesome. Very nice. And I think now they're gonna reach the finish line. The T1 team just couldn't stop them. Let's see if they can take revenge. So T1 team, I keep saying T3 because I'm just got used to it. So the T1 team is not really changing the setup. So again, we have Aletta. No big changes here. And I guess the strategy is going to be also very similar. Let's see if they can escort the payload a bit, just a tiny bit faster. In terms of viewers, I'm really happy to see that we have approximately 100 people watching this live, and I really hope that by the end, when we get nearer to the finals, we're gonna see a higher number. But even if it stays like that, I'm gonna be super happy that you guys stick around and witness the whole tournament in live. In the meantime, the game started, so let's see what if the T1's team can escort it a bit faster. Again, Aletta versus Aletta. I clearly see the defending Aletta trying to change the attacking Aletta. These are very interesting fights because, you know, all the double jumps and dashes. But there you go. Kill on Aletta. Jabali versus Fort. It seems like that on this side, the T1 team is a bit, just a slightly bit faster compared to the other team, but maybe I'm wrong. I think in the previous game they had some struggle getting to the first checkpoint. It seems to be a bit faster, so I think until now the T1 team is a bit ahead. I think in general, so what we saw until now, the hero who is escorting the payload, so basically the tank, in this case Ford, you know, it's not really up to them. It's more about the additional two players, if they can successfully clean the area to protect their payload and protect their tank from being attacked by multiple enemies. And in this case, I see that that Aletta is doing really fine, making sure that nobody is getting near to the payload. But again, by this time I said it out loud, there you go. Again, situation has changed, and the defending team could somewhat stop them for a moment, but again Ossus is up and they are reaching the checkpoint now. In terms of time, I don't know, help me out, I'm not sure what the time was for the first team. I think they are pretty much equal in terms of time. Now it seems like that they are a bit stuck at the checkpoint. Yes, the defending Aletta could successfully kill the other Aletta, but Ford is just glued to that payload. He's not letting anybody near to it, so slowly but surely that payload is moving forward. Jabali trying to do his magic here, taking down Aletta along with Hunter. Yeah, but this game is much cleaner than the previous one, so it's not that, you know, there's not much confusion. I think they are playing according to their strategy, which is just, you know, Ford being next to the payload, and then Aletta and Ossas trying to clean the path ahead of the payload. But now, you know, the defending team has different plans, because by the time Ford was getting near to the payload, he got killed. So they may have a chance to push it back a bit. And the attacking team, they don't have too much time. They have 1 minute left, which is not that much. I know they are not far away from the finish line, but it seems like that the defending team is on fire. And Jabali is on fire. Triple kill. Which means that maybe this is the end for the T1 team. Yes, I think they are starting to fall apart, trying to get near to their payload one by one, which is always a bad strategy. This is what people keep doing in this game. It's just, you know, running one by one, not rallying up, not waiting for each other. And in that case, obviously in 3 versus 1 situations, it's easy to kill them. Now they successfully gain control again, and the payload is moving. They are already in the overtime, so if they die, it means that it's the end for them. There's still a long way to go. I mean, it's close, but at the same time, it's a long way to go. And if they just die, then it's the end for them. Hunter trying to eliminate the Ford before he reaches the payload, but without success. And there you go. There you go. They could successfully defend the payload. So, while we see the organizing team on screen, I'm gonna check the live chat again. T3 Arena, tell us who is talking right now. I'm ShadyFox. I'm not part of the official T3 Arena team. I'm an official content creator. I think in the description of this stream, you're gonna find a link to my my channel on which I'm posting T3 Arena stuff. There are any redeem codes? No, unfortunately not. So in this case, this is not an official T3 Arena tournament. We are just restreaming officially on the T3 YouTube channel. So therefore we don't have any redeem codes. But I already mentioned that in the next couple of days, I'm going to publish a hero tier list video in which I'm going to give away an Ossas skin. And I think we need to get prepared for the next game. Oh my gosh, we're gonna see a Judex? No, actually 2 Judexes. Great, I was really missing her. And if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna have a Kazama. So yeah, well, this is, you know, Clash and Payload Escort. Definitely different games. It requires a different game style, and this is why they are bringing different type of heroes. And it makes sense to have snipers on this map, because, you know, you can if you can get the first kill from a distance, then you like almost you can be almost sure that 2 versus 3 is like a tough situation to be in. and we didn't see it because Jabali got blinded, but he jumped up. He was very aggressive and tried to get a kill by jumping up right next to the Judex and basically alone fighting the whole enemy team. He didn't succeed, but it seems like he's doing some confusion. And he actually did, because Osas thereby could land a kill. In the meantime, Osas is also down, and actually, like, Judex could land the final killing blow. But basically what I was trying to say, that by Jabali jumping up and confusing Judex and all of the team members that were up there, they were forced to move a bit sidewards, and thereby Osas had a clear target. Heading into the next game, so the winning team is going to bring Skadi, Ford, and Aletta. Losing team, or the team who lost the first round, Ford, Ya, and Hualing. So they are also changing their setup. Let's see. Okay, they're splitting up as far as I can see. The Skadi trying to get a kill from the lower floor, but she didn't really succeed. I'm not seeing what's happening on top. I see Ya is down. Yeah, Ya is down. Aletta killed Ya successfully, and also a second kill. I think we didn't have the right camera angle here, so we were seeing Skadi and didn't really see what's happening on top. But basically, Aletta got a kill, Ford got a kill, and then it was 2 versus 1, an easy victory, which makes it 1-1. I see there are some questions in the live chat. Let's focus on the game now, and then whenever we have some time, I'm going to try to answer them. Alright, this time Ford, Aletta, and Hunter, which is a super strong setup in my opinion. All S tier heroes versus Ford, Aletta, and versus Judex, Ruby, and Osas. So if I would need to bet, I would bet for the Ford team. Let's see. These teams are playing this map slightly differently, so they are not hiding themselves behind the walls and just waiting. They are having a pretty aggressive play style. Aletta did a kill, Ford did a kill, and I think Judex is also gonna go down, and yes, she is down, which makes it 2-1 for the T1 team. We didn't really see too many Shell players, at least not in the Payload Escort game mode. I think Shell is also very strong. Not many players play Shell. I mean, there are definitely less Shell players compared to Aletta players, but she can be really sneaky and really powerful if you learn how to use her active and along with her ultimate. So let's see, we're gonna have Jabali, Hunter, and Osas facing Ruby, Skadi, and Shell. And the Osas is very brave. He's just running in the middle, running towards right towards the enemy, because how did he know that he's not gonna be attacked? Interesting, but he was brave enough to just run through the battleground and trying to get a kill from a close range. He didn't get it, but teammates did their magic. So Jabali along with Hunter, they could already kill 2 of the 3. Shell is the only survivor. I would love to see like a 1 versus 3 situation where Shell kills all of them, but unfortunately not. But this is getting really close. So 2-2. So we're heading into the last match. This is gonna be the match which decides everything. And we're gonna see Ruby, Ya, and Hualing against Shell, Ya, and Judex. I guess they are super excited. I mean, the players who are actually playing right now, because it's their final chance. Yeah, trying to check if somebody is down below in the at the floor down below them, but Hualing is sticking to the to the spot where she can hunt enemies from a distance. But now they are playing really in a cautious way. This is what I would have expected for the last game. So it's 2-2. Whoever wins is gonna win this clash. And actually they came back to the starting point. They're gonna reposition themselves because they couldn't land any early kills. Now they spotted, I think I don't know who that was, but they spotted someone down there, but they couldn't land a kill. But with this they kind of revealed their position. Everybody is just hiding and waiting for the good moment to attack. The T1 team is trying to attack from different angles while the other team is grouped. They are all at the same place. Let's see which strategy is going to work better. There was a little fight. Hualing is almost down, and now Hualing is dead. And also Ya is down, which means Ruby is alone. Poor Ruby. I'm not sure if she can do it. So it's GG already. It would be a miracle if Ruby could bring this win this game alone. We'll see. Still fingers crossed, you know, let's stay optimistic. Miracles happen now and then. But I think not this time. There you go. She is down. Alright, checking the live chat until they do the talking. So there was a question from Hanish, what are your suggestions for becoming a content creator? Well, be dedicated, make sure you are having time to learn new things. Content creator means that you need to have like multiple skills. You need to be creative, you need to be not shy to talk, you need to have, you know, a lot of things in your pocket to be a content creator. I personally started just a year ago and I'm still learning, but it's a really nice and exciting journey. If you want to make it serious, I mean, if it's a serious question, I would say dedication. So start doing it, and just don't give up. Keep doing it, keep pushing yourself to become a better creator with every single video. When is 5 versus 5 coming? That has been already asked in the past. It has been announced, and I think my gut feeling is that it's gonna come in Q1 2023, like Q1. By that I mean January, February, March. I think not in Season 3, guys. Season 3 will be about the ranked game mode, and if that is being polished and out and everybody loves ranked games, then the next big game mode or next update is gonna be 5 versus 5. And interestingly, just so you guys know, we are already more than 2 hours deep into the tournament, and it was full with excitement, full with nice moves and shots and gameplays, and I didn't actually realize that already 2 hours have passed. I thought we were somewhere at 1 hour.
Overtime.
Yarius, yeah, I can see you're waiting for rank game mode. I think we all have the same feelings. Can't wait to see rank to be available. Michael, I see you're talking about servers, US and Asia and Europe servers. I think that's gonna be resolved when the game is available in Google Play, and we're gonna have a bigger player base and more active players. I think you're not going to be forced to play on servers from different regions. I'm from Europe, and maybe I'm just lucky, but out of 10 games, it's like just 1 or 2 times where I'm playing on an Asian server or from US. Alright, time to take a break. Grab a drink, guys. See you in approximately 3 minutes. All right, guys, we are back, and I see that there's some active topics happening on the live chat. Yes, T3 Arena team as shared. We're gonna be making sure that tournaments are being announced in advance on Discord, and I'm pretty sure that there are gonna be more and more tournaments coming up in 2023. Don't forget that T3 Arena has just been recently released, and knowing that is just live or released for a couple of months, and the fact that we are already live streaming tournaments, it's already a big deal. The community is growing super fast, as I said at the very beginning. So in a couple of months, in like 2 or 3 months, the T3 official channel gained 100,000 subscribers, which is insane. There's a question how to participate in tournament. Whenever there's going to be a local tournament or regional tournament or official T3 tournament, it's going to be shared on Discord. The one we are looking at right now or watching right now is organized by a company called GOG in Japan, and T3 team is featuring this tournament just to make sure it reaches more people. Now we're heading into the next game. It's gonna be PX versus I don't know the name of the other team, but let's see. Again, very similar setups to what we've been seeing already. Aletta Hunter and Ruby versus Fort Hunter and Aletta. And this time Fort is going to be on the defending side. In most cases he's being selected on the attacking side. Let's see what Fort can do as a defender versus the attacking Ruby. So most likely Ruby is going to try to escort the payload, Aletta doing sneaky kills from the side with the support of Hunter. Seems like the Aletta is not moving. Did I see it correctly? Maybe I'm wrong, but it seemed like that the Aletta doesn't really move. Wow, what a nice shot. It almost seemed like that Hunter was killing through the wall. Second kill, now he's down, but he did a great job. Ruby, as I said, the tank escorting the payload. Aletta is there. Maybe there was some issue at the very beginning, but Aletta is definitely there. I saw her running from left to the right. Aletta, as expected, she's trying to do some sneaky kills from behind. But on the other side, we also have an Aletta who is trying to do the same. There you go, Aletta versus Aletta kill. Aletta is, to be honest, good on both attacking and defending sides. So I'm not surprised at all that we have Aletta in almost all the games. Even against tanks, as you can see, Aletta is trying to get behind Ruby. So with the dash, she's trying to confuse the enemy, bypass the wall, and thereby landing the kill. Now Aletta even had some time to just randomly shoot at Ruby's wall, just to have some fun. Okay, so the attacking team needs to come up with another strategy, because until now the payload isn't moving too fast. But now things seem to change, because Hunter again landed a nice shot. Hunter is running forward to get the kills before they reach the payload, to give more space for Ruby and Aletta to just focus on escorting. But now the defending team is already fully lined up again. Fort just running in, utilizing his huge HP pool, but it just wasn't enough. He got downed, and defending team just couldn't stop them. They reached the checkpoint. Aletta is now really found herself a really nice position here on top, and she tried to surprise them. Wasn't a too successful attack, but at least she could win 1 or 2 seconds. Now Hunter didn't spot that the defending Aletta was behind him, but Aletta then could knock her down. I think there's a big team fight happening around the payload at the moment. We couldn't see the payload because it was out of the camera, but it seems like that slightly the payload is moving. So I guess Ruby is just trying to control the payload by sticking next to it and relying on her teammates to do the killing, and they are doing it pretty nice. So and as you could see, there was a short 2 versus 1 situation where Ruby had to face Ford and Hunter, and even in that situation she could successfully move the payload forward. Aletta is doing a perfect job with cleaning the area. I gotta say, I gotta admit that this Aletta with the Dragon Breath skin, she was doing a really nice job here. And thereby they could easily get to the finish line below, and they used less than 4 minutes. Until we wait for the next game to start, they're going to do American tournaments. I'm pretty sure there are going to be tournaments all around the world. Codes, no codes this time, because this is not an official T3 tournament. It's just being reshared. It's being organized by a company called GOG, who is focusing on esports in Japan. Yes, I agree that 3:56 is a good time. Let's see how it's gonna work out in the second round. If Aletta is gonna keep doing the way she was killing the enemies in the first round, I think they're not gonna have a huge chance to escort the payload faster. But let's see.
3, 2, 1, start.
Yeah, I think Aletta is just gonna wait for the perfect target. I think she's gonna focus mainly on Hualing and Ossas, obviously. Jabali is gonna have the role to escort the payload. A quick Jabali versus Jabali next to the payload. And it seems like the attacking Jabali won, and with the help of Ossas, the vehicle started moving forward. Now they are getting attacked from the side, Hunter and Aletta. Yes, this was a nice strategy on how to kill Jabali, because Hunter was in front of them. Aletta jumped behind him, so his shield couldn't defend him. Aletta making sure to kill Ossas or destroy Ossas' teleport. And it seems like that the defending team is trying to secure the area now, putting the attacking team into a very tough position. The MST team needs to come up with a very good strategy, otherwise they're gonna get stuck here. And I didn't mention it. Wow, what a headshot from Hunter. Actually, I didn't mention it, but this is the first time we are seeing 2 snipers on the same team. So Jabali with Hualing and Ossas. It's, I would say, somewhat risky. Maybe they were optimistic that their aiming is just, super precise, that they're gonna hunt down Aletta and Hunter, but until now it doesn't seem to work fine. So instead, it seems like that Hunter and Aletta are having a pretty easy job against Ossas and Hualing. I don't want to ruin their day, but you know, clock is moving down fast. I'm not even sure if at this pace they're gonna reach the checkpoint, which makes me think that EX might be the winner of this game. 21 seconds. It's moving really slowly. Really slowly. For 1 second we could see again Aletta dashing behind Jabali, and there we go, we caught the kill, and this is it. End of the road for them. At least they lost this game. In the meantime, I see again question if there are gonna be some codes. T3 official team is also seeing the live chats. Maybe they're gonna come up with something to reward all the viewers or who watch the live stream. We'll see, but during the tournament we're not gonna see any codes, codes you can redeem, because it's not an official T3 arena tournament. I mentioned it already. If you're gonna wanna go for free stuff, I'm doing a monthly giveaways in a couple of days. Within a couple of days, I'm gonna publish an updated hero tier list video, the best heroes to play with, October edition. And in that video, I'm going to give away an Ossa's skin, the Shearwood skin, which you can get for trophies only. All right, let's see the next game. Let's see who is going to have a better strategy this time, because in terms of team setup, again, no surprise, tank, sniper, assassin versus tank, assassin, and hunter. Who could be considered as a sniper? So same setup. Let's see. Again, same strategy where tank and sniper is trying to find their ways to the payload, while Aletta is going for the early kills, so sneaking up to the building, and then there you go, successfully killed both Aletta and Ruby. So this means that they have a slight advantage to the MST team, and you can already see that by I mean, they got an advantage and they could actually start escorting the payload. And what a nice headshot again from Aletta versus the other Aletta. This is how to play her. This is how to play her. Sneak behind the enemy, go for the easy kills, confuse them, and basically clean the path for your team to have an easier job to escort the payload. Now let's see what the defending Aletta can do. I'm not sure if that was you know, an intentional move there, like dashing right next to the payload. Maybe that was just the wrong decision or a mistap. You're gonna see a Hunter versus Aletta. No, Hunter is going a bit backwards. And now we switch to the Aletta versus... I think organizers wanted to show Aletta versus Aletta fight, which didn't happen. And now near to the payload, we see Aletta fighting 1 versus 1 versus Ruby. And Aletta could successfully kill Ruby. Maybe she's gonna do a second kill on Hunter. Both are on low HP. Yes, second kill. And maybe third kill. Aletta versus Aletta. The defending Aletta still has ultimate. Now her ultimate also loaded, so 3 cleaner kills in a row, and now again Ruby is back up and living. Here's the 4th kill. Oh my god. MVP goes to Aletta in this game for sure. But it's easy to say that you know, it goes to Aletta. No, actually it's a team game. Without her teammates, she couldn't be landing or doing all that killing. Hunter is always nice to have on the team, so granting visibility. His rifle is super strong, and with his active, you know, always seeing the positioning of the enemy is a great help. Same applies to Hualing, so Hualing is also having this radar with her passive, so knowing the enemy's position can really be helpful. Aletta again, trying to kill the full defending team. Aletta already down. She could also support Hualing with killing Ruby and Hunter, which means that they again have a clear path forward. They're gonna need to win one more team fight at least to escort the payload, but until now they are doing pretty fine. Going for the Hunter in the back. There you go, she landed the kill. Just need to kill that Ruby, but it's too late. Just took too long because the defending Aletta revived, and together with Ruby they could stop her. So they still need a couple of meters to get to the finish line. Defending team started to push back the payload, but they have still plenty of time to play with. So more than a minute, and they just need 8 meters. So it would be a miracle to stop this payload. The Ruby is fighting next to the payload. Aletta is jumping and flying around in the air, but the payload just stopped. They are so close, 3.5 meters. 3.5 meters, but they just couldn't make it. Again, they need one more organized attack to pass the finish line. Yeah, I can see in the chat, man, this is amazing. Aletta gameplay. Yes, actually on both sides, in all teams, all the Alettas we saw, they are doing some magic here. They have 9 seconds. I said they have plenty of time to escort that payload, and it seems like they're not gonna make it. It seems like that the defending team can actually defend them. Maybe not now because of the overtime. Maybe they cannot get in time. Hunter tried to jump in, still 1.5 meters, missing 1 meter, and there you go. They got it. They finally escorted it during overtime, but it was really a tough ride. They needed almost 6 minutes to do it. We saw better times already. I see Kamulak who's saying nerf Aletta in the chat. Please don't do it. Aletta is my main. I don't want to see an Aletta nerf, but at the same time I agree that it may be needed in some way. Let's see. All right, let's see if they can take revenge, and let's see if they can actually escort the payload faster. Which they're gonna attempt to do with Jabali, Aletta, and Hunter, and they're gonna need to face another Jabali, Hualing, and Aletta. So again, we have Alettas, Jabalis, and let's say 2 snipers. Setup is still pretty much the same. Let's see who is better in, who can come up with a better strategy. Yeah, just what you would expect. Jabali protecting her Hualing to try and hinder or stop the attacking team. On the attacking side, I can see Jabali already next to the payload. But it seems like the defending Aletta could successfully stop Jabali, which means that the payload at the moment is not moving. Aletta going for a kill, a Hunter kill. She successfully could kill Hunter. So the defending team, as of now, is doing a great job. Again, the weapon noise from Aletta got stuck, which is annoying. Sorry guys, I cannot do anything about that. But I wanted to say that until now, the defending team is doing a pretty great job. So they were struggling with getting to the finish line with the payload, but it seems like defending is something they're pretty good at. Yeah, I can see in the chat MST dominating. I'm not saying that they dominating, but yeah, we already saw one match where the enemy team couldn't even reach the checkpoint. Maybe we're gonna witness the same now here as well, because it seems like the PX team is having a really hard time to get that payload moving. Yeah, again, Jabali is dead. Nobody's around to move the payload. Actually, for a single second I saw somebody. Yeah, Hunter was standing next to the payload, so he keeps the payload moving, but he's on his own. He needs to wait until Jabali comes back, but I think the defending team is going to arrive earlier. Hunter is already being attacked by Aletta and Jabali together, so I think he doesn't have a good chance to stay alive. So the defending team again gains control over the payload. Attacking Aletta, trying to do some confusion why he's Jabali or Jabali is attacking. I'm not seeing what's happening now, but I think it was an unsuccessful attempt. No, actually they could secure the payload. So it's moving, but they have 8 seconds to reach the checkpoints. If they die now, it's over. If they die now, it's over. If they can get to the checkpoint, they still have a chance. But no, they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. Alright, so time to check what's happening in the chat. MST Aletta has been amazing. Yes, I agree. All Alettas have been amazing thus far in the tournament. I see an official comment from T3 Arena regarding the EU server. Yes, I can definitely confirm that we have servers in Europe. I play from Europe as well, and in most cases my ping is around 20 or 30 ms, so I cannot complain. In some rare cases when I play Clash or Payload Escort, sometimes it happens that I'm matching up with players from Asia, but it rarely happens. Okay, let's see how MST is going to perform versus PX in the Clash game mode. Jabali, Shell and Aletta, so they brought 2 assassin type of heroes and they are facing Shell, Kazama and Skadi. Let's see, I think Jabali and Aletta with Shell, they're gonna try to be a bit more aggressive. Oh, there's some team fight happening, but we didn't see it on screen. Until now, everybody is alive. I think multiple fights are happening in the same fight, so they are not attacking as a group. Aletta is down from MST, from PX side. Kazama and Skadi are down, which makes it 2 versus 1. So Jabali and Shell versus one single Shell. Again, I would love to see, you know, the underdog team winning a clash. Hopefully it's gonna happen now. Maybe if Shell can kill the enemy Shell, then she would have a chance to fight Jabali. But that's just an assumption. Let's see what she can do on her own. I think she wants to understand the positioning of Jabali and Shell. If she's hesitating and waiting for too long, I think it's not gonna work out. She cannot just go into a fight because 2 versus 1 is just no chance. And Jabali and Shell on the other side, they exactly know that against the 2 of them, she's not going to have any chance. So they are trying to stick together, not really moving far away from each other. They're in the middle of the map, looking around to find out the positioning of Shell. I think if I would be the PX Shell, I would try to kill the enemy Shell first and not bother with the Jabali. So I think she's just waiting for the right moment here. Not much is happening at the moment. I guess she's still waiting, but she needs to move because the safe zone is getting smaller and smaller. She is just forced to attack. And she's going for the Shell now, popping the ultimate, but it just wasn't enough. Jabali's damage was just stronger than Shell's. But it was a nice idea. Use the active, go through Jabali, put the other Shell up in the air, kill her, and then try to kill Jabali. I like the idea. Alright, we're gonna see Shell, Kazama, Skadi facing against Ruby, Skadi, and Ossas. Again, this map is nice and easy to play for hunters and snipers because of the big open area. Let's see if Ossas can do an early kill to utilize that. Yeah, it seems like the PX team is aware that Ossas is trying to hunt them down from a distance in the open area, so they are not really wanting to be in line of sight. They are just trying to understand the positioning of the enemy team. None of the players have any abilities which would reveal their positioning, so they don't really have. I mean, without the hunter or Hualing, you can't really see where they are, and they are just waiting for a good moment. Skadi and Kazama, they are together, but I don't really know what Shell's doing. Maybe, yeah, now we see Shell. I think she's waiting for the opportunity. She's waiting for the signal from the team when she can attack, and my assumption is that Shell is trying to position herself behind the MST team and then surprise them. The MST team is trying to stick together. Okay, now we're gonna see some actions. Ruby jumped up, Shell using her active, escaping from that area. She didn't want to actually enter that fight. Seems like they're searching for each other. Ossas trying to do some magic on his own. So if I would be playing that Ossas, I would really want to stick near to my Ruby. It seems like Ossas in this tournament are brave enough just to, you know, run on the map alone. Okay, we didn't see the action, but from PX side, Scotty is down. So someone found Scotty. Now we're gonna see the team fight. Ultimate. Again, ultimate from Sha, but it just wasn't enough. In the meantime, until they are selecting the characters, are they programmers? Yes, these are the top teams in Japan. This tournament started with 32 teams, and we are seeing the finals with the top 8 teams. So these are the biggest and best teams or top teams in Japan with the pro gamers. Right, this time we're gonna see Fort, Hunter, and Hualing. When in Team MST and PX team is playing Aletta, Hunter, and Jabali. Hualing sticking with Hunter, running to the right hand side. Again, they are avoiding the open area, and what a nice headshot from Hualing here at the beginning. She just found Aletta right next to the wall and surprised her. But it seems like they are taking revenge. Fort is down. Hualing also losing a big chunk of HP. And Hunter is left on his own, and this is the end. Hunter also got knocked down. Sometimes we don't have on screen what's actually happening, and this is because, you know, everything is just happening pretty fast, but this is what it is. I wouldn't be in the shoes of the organizers, guys, because, you know, being responsible for putting on screen whenever something's happening, it must be super hard because so much stuff is happening at the same time. I see Gayesh asking any codes. No codes this time. This is an unofficial tournament. Or it's not unofficial. It's a tournament hosted or organized by a company called GOG in Japan, who are offering a platform for players to easily create tournaments and make it easy for players to attend to tournaments. And T3 Arena official team is doing a bit of a collab with the Go company and featuring their tournament live on YouTube. Are there going to be new heroes in season 3? Yes. I would assume that we're going to have 2 heroes per season. So based on what I know, this is like the standard going forward. Thank you. Shout out to ShadyFox. All the positive feedback is much appreciated, guys. I'm happy to be here. Happy to have the honor to do this live stream. All right, guys, but don't go anywhere, because it seems like there's still some excitement ahead. I think we're gonna have a short break here, and then coming back with the final game. I'm not precisely sure, but this was the losers final. I think we're gonna have the winners final. Maybe we have 2 games. We'll see. I hope the organizers are gonna put it on screen to support me and help me out here. Oh, actually, guys, you can see there is actually a gift code. So you've been asking about it. The Rampage 22. It's just on screen. I didn't know about it, so it came as a surprise from me as well. Please share in the live chat, what you got. It's maybe a box, maybe some money. Just try it out if you have a chance. Log into the game and check if you can redeem the code. it fully came as a surprise. I wasn't aware that this is happening. So the Rampage 22, please check it out and share what you received. Yeah, don't be overhyped. You know, nothing is for free in this world. But even, you know, small things like a box is still better than nothing, and it's a nice gesture from the organizers to have a code here. All right, it seems like that we are going to head into the grand finals. So the MST team is going to be one participant, and now is the time. LazyCast, please help me out to identify the other team because I still don't know Japanese. MST definitely one of the finalists, and I'm not sure about the other team. It's not Ignis, it's not PX. Hey guys, thank you for tuning in from Brazil. I'm gonna try to find out the English name of the other finalist, but this is gonna be the last game, and I think it's gonna happen in the same way. We're gonna see Payload escort first and then Clash. 12 coins, hey, that's still better than nothing, right? Maybe you were missing 12 coins to upgrade one of your characters. The code was the Rampage 22 without spaces. All right, so let's head into it. Again, no big surprises, guys, with the team setups here. Aletta Fort with Ossas teaming up against Aletta, Hunter, Jabali. So the value setup, again, it's going to be, again, it's going to depend on who has the better strategy and who is able to perform better individual skills. Because we saw some very nice headshots from assassins, snipers, and some nice gameplays from tanks. Because let's not forget that without tanks, you know, who are actually sticking to the payload, you couldn't win the escort. So tanks are also important. But let's see who is better, who's going to have a better individual performance. Because setups and strategy is pretty much the same. I saw Aletta aggressively running and rushing the enemy team, but she didn't succeed. Ossas is also down, which leaves Fort alone, but he's also dead, which means the payload is not moving. Until now, MST is defending nicely. The MST Aletta pulled up a second kill. Now fighting Fort next to the payload, trying to confuse him by jumping up and down. Now Aletta versus Aletta. There you go. It was a pretty easy kill from MST Aletta. Going back to the payload, and actually it seems like that the defending team is doing better until now, trying to actually push back the payload in that early stage, which puts the T1 team into a really tough position, guys. They need to come up with something. Now they can move the payload, and now they performed some kills there, but they lost a lot of time at the beginning. Seems like that, yes, they can again get a bit closer to the checkpoint, but MST Aletta is there to confuse them to do some killing. Fort is down again. Oh my gosh, so much is happening at the same time. Defending Aletta is doing an awesome job. Including Hunter. We didn't see Hunter too many times on screen, but I'm pretty sure he has a nice damage as well.
The payload is approaching a checkpoint.
Okay, they did it to the checkpoint, so it was a pretty slow start, but then they just somehow managed to speed up, and they got to the checkpoint, and the payload just keeps moving and moving, guys. MST team needs to do something. They need to gain control over the payload. If they don't, it's gonna be an easy ride until the finish line. It seems like they found a good way to protect the payload, but now Jabali, defending Jabali, jumped on the payload. He could, for some seconds at least, slow down the payload. We saw some nice Osas action, and now Ford is back again here to escort the payload. They don't really need more than, I don't know, 50 meters. I'm not seeing the number on screen yet, but it's not that far away, and the time is pretty good. So at the very beginning of this game, defending team was doing nicely. Then the attacking team switched strategy. They could start escorting, and now the defending team, so MST, is having issues. And they just couldn't defend, or they just couldn't prevent the T1 team to escort the payload. Really exciting. Let's see if they can turn it around. Same setup. Yeah, no changes in heroes. Jabali, Hunter, Aletta versus Fort, Osas, and Aletta. Let's see who's going to be faster. Indeed, 3:43 time is really good, but it's not impossible. If you're super fast, don't forget that they lost some time at the very beginning. They had a pretty low start. So if MST is doing a nice start, then they still have a good chance to win this. All right, let's see. Okay, Aletta even had a hard time coming out from the starting point, but now Aletta versus Aletta, she knew where the Aletta is hiding, and it seems like that Jabali already found his nice spot next to the payload, just walking next to it, with his shield up, with his lovely flower on his head. Supported by Hunter. So yeah, definitely MST team is having a better start here. I think they are faster. Let's see if the defending Aletta can cause any confusion or do any kills. Yes, she did kill Hunter, but team is there to back him up. Now they could stop the payload, so again, it's still very exciting and interesting because I cannot clearly say that one team is stronger than the other. Let the fighting Hunter there. Not sure, you guys, if you realize, but it's, sometimes the team colors, it's hard to, I didn't mention red team or blue team because would have been very confusing. This is why I keep saying attacking and defending team, or MST and T1 team. I think, I don't remember exactly how much time they needed to get to the checkpoint, but I think MST was slightly faster. I see some MST fans on the live chat. I see a question regarding how do you play on Android. I'm going to answer that later, but let's focus on the game now. It seems like that MST found a good strategy with this setup. I think they're going to escort. And they're going to escort earlier compared to T1 stream. Except if Osas keeps landing these nice headshots, because he is super strong. And he is insanely good with that Osas. The situation, guys, changes from second to second. By the time I said it's gonna be an easy ride until the finish line, things just change again. Osas, there you saw a second nice shot from Osas. These shots are needed to nicely defend the payload. This is what you need. I know the finish line is not too far away, and I think they're gonna do whatever they can to stop MST crossing that finish line. Hunter having a kill, and thereby having a chance now to... No, I almost said they're gonna have a chance to push that payload further, but they just didn't. They got stopped again. What a nice defending. I gotta add that the respawn point, you know, in this case is really close, so you need to kill you need to wipe the whole team, otherwise by the time you kill someone they already respawn, which makes it even harder. At this position it's a bit easier to defend, but still I need to say congrats to Osas and the defending team, because they are doing really great. Osas versus Aletta, close range. I can't believe this. So guys, if you saw that Osas kill on Aletta, it's incredible. I didn't even see Aletta, but even with that kill from Osas, it just wasn't enough. The payload has been escorted, but it took longer. So in overall, because of all the excitement, we didn't. I forget about the time. For MST, it took longer. It was almost more than a minute. Like they needed 4:43-ish. So T1 team managed to escort the payload 1 minute faster. In the meantime, until we wait, I'm gonna answer the question, how do you play on Android? You can already play now by downloading an application called TapTap, but if you wait for a couple of days, in D3 Arena is gonna be available directly in the Google Play Store. So stay tuned, check Google Play, it's gonna be there in a couple of days. Pre-registration is already available, so I think it's just a matter of days until you can officially download on Android. Yeah, and the Osas versus Aletta was really crazy. I didn't see a word, and I was like, oh my god, if this Osas is gonna perform the kill now on Aletta, I'm gonna go crazy. And then it just happened. Crazy. Alright, let's see how they perform against each other in the second round. Let's see if we have any changes in the team setup. No. Well, yes, we have Hualing. So Jabali, Hualing, and Aletta versus Osas, Aletta, and Fort. I want to see the more Osas moments like we just had in the previous game. I hope we're gonna have something similar here as well. Very strong setup and very nice skills from that Osas. And he's actually sensing that the enemy is gonna come from the right hand side. He couldn't land any skills, but he somehow knew that he's gonna need to check the right hand side. There you go, easy kill. And it's gonna be like a Hualing versus Osa's show here. You're gonna see which sniper is gonna perform better. Because we also had some nice Hualing shots in the tournament. Nice moves from Aletta, even with Ford defending him with his shield. He just couldn't escape the final blow from Aletta. And I'm not seeing the payload, but I can see that it's moving nicely. So until now, the Hualing strategy seems to work. She's also having some nice shots. Here in a couple of seconds ago, there was a nice Hualing shot. And Jabali, you know, peacefully just walking next to the payload. He doesn't even care about the fights. He's just, you know, focusing on his primary role, which is escorting the payload. And they're already at the checkpoint. I think they have a pretty good timing here. Yep. Oh, so hard to follow that gameplay from Osas. Now they could stop them for a moment. Yep, now they could stop them for a moment. The fight is still happening right next to the payload. It's a huge fight because by the time somebody dies, teammates already revive and get back to that point. So it seems to be like an endless battle now, right in front of the checkpoint. I think they're gonna do the checkpoint for sure, but they are losing a lot of time now. There you go, Osas versus Hualing, 1 versus 1, and Osas is the winner. Well, yeah, his active is just, you know, tiny bit stronger, and now we see Aletta versus Aletta. Nice to see these mirrors, guys. Triple kill, quadruple kill from Osas. I think without actually seeing, you know, or knowing the results, the end results, we could say that this Osas T1, I'm not sure how he pronounces or spells his name, Ankyo or Anchio, he's insane, and maybe he would deserve to be MVP of the whole tournament. In the meantime, as you could see, they could not pass the checkpoint. So MST team needs to come up with something very special because, you know, getting to the first checkpoint, I think it's not impossible. It's such an Osas being on your team, and Aletta is also doing, you know, an awesome job. Again, we always tend to forget about the tanks whose primary role is to escort the payload. I think all of the tanks in the tournament were doing their role nicely. They were nicely defending the team and sticking to the payload. So we shouldn't complain about the tanks either. MST team, you are in big trouble. Until we wait. T3 is my favorite game. Glad to read that. Osas on fire. Yes, indeed. This Osas is insane. I think we're gonna remember his name. Anki or Anchio. I need to figure out how he spells it or pronounces it. Let's see. So the attacking team, if they pass the checkpoint, the first checkpoint, then they are gonna be the winners of this map. There's a big fight at the very beginning, because I think MST also decided that no, we're not gonna allow them to bypass that checkpoint. There you go. Another kill. They are actually pushing them back into the starting zone. So the payload is just standing there. Oh my gosh, this is getting more and more exciting, because I had the feeling that, you know, they're gonna be able to push it through the checkpoint. Now I'm not that convinced. That payload isn't moving at all. Constant fights happening. Now maybe, yeah, now maybe, because for the defending team it obviously takes more time to run back to that zone. But that payload didn't move too much. I let her just run towards the enemy to try to, you know, kill them before they even get near to the payload. So a nice strategy from Aletta there. 1 minute, and the checkpoint isn't that far away. So this is the time where MST needs to pull up something special. Otherwise, they're gonna fail to win this round. No, I think it's pretty much impossible. Aletta standing there defending payload, Ford standing right next to the payload, even if there's gonna be a slight overtime. I believe 37 seconds should be plenty enough to get to that spot. Oh my god, it must be so exciting. Oh, and what happened? No signal for a second. Guys, don't do it. We're in the global finals, final moments. Don't do it. I was saying that again, surprise, MST team could somehow defend, somehow make it happen. And 7 seconds left, 5 seconds left. They just need to run towards the payload, run towards to make it to an overtime. No, they couldn't succeed. So I'm shocked. I'm really surprised. They just couldn't do it. I thought it's gonna be an easy walk, but it just didn't happen. Nice. I think both teams deserve to be in the grand finals. They are playing really nicely, really nice team play, and also individual skills. So really nice. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see what happened in the chat. No overtime. Yes, you are right. There is no overtime because they just couldn't get to that point. My bad. Sorry for that. I just got so hyped, you know. All right. I'm not hearing what they're saying, but they don't seem to be that hyped that I am. I think they're discussing, you know, that maybe Clash is gonna be the final map, and this is what's gonna decide who's the winner. Are there also tournaments outside of Japan? Yes, there are, and I think there are gonna be more and more as we go ahead. So fast match, yes, it was pretty fast. Both of the defending teams were doing pretty fine. All right. Again, team setups didn't really change. We're gonna see the same setups. Yeah, I think there's one more game because, to my understanding, it was a tie, and maybe in the grand finals they have added some extra rounds. Since I don't see the agenda and I don't have the details from the Japanese organizers, I'm just assuming that there's going to be one more round of payload escort, and then we'll see. And according to the last two games, it's gonna be I think first game was won by MST, second one by T1, so it makes sense to have one more payload escort map. And the game has already started, so let's focus to see if they can again change the strategy and do something differently to escort the payload faster or to defend in a more efficient way. Fort and Ossa sticking next to the payload, and Aletta trying to do the sneaky stuff near to the door or gate where the MST team is coming through. Yeah, Aletta versus Aletta fight. One actually died, but Jabali could catch attacking Aletta on her way back to the health pack, which means that oh my gosh, what was that again that Ossa shot during the Aletta ultimate? Even with that shot, it was not enough to clear the area, and now the defending team, MST, is pushing them back somewhat, but in terms of time, they still have 1.5 minutes still, so that's should be plenty enough. Aletta versus Ossas, is it gonna be Ossas again? Not this time, nobody died. Ossas could barely escape. Aletta is doing now a nice job trying to control the payload. Actually, she did a kill and cleaning the area and continuously making sure that it's not gonna be an easy way until the checkpoint. Looking at the visualization, so if you check the grand finals on the screen, you can see it's one for MST and one for T1, so I expect that we're gonna have even more games. So I think it's gonna be one more payload escort and then the end maybe a clash game mode. Again, in the previous games until in the tournament, almost all of the teams could at least reach the checkpoint. Now the defending teams are just insane. They don't allow the payload to get to the first checkpoint. So in 3 minutes they did 84 meters. Let's see. It should be, again, you know, based on what we saw until now, it should be easy to get to the checkpoint. But, you know, seeing the previous game, I'm not that convinced anymore. See a question, do you guys like Aletta's first ultimate or second ultimate more? It's coming from T3 official. I personally prefer the second one. I see someone saying first ultimate, the second, I think it's up to personal preference. I somehow feel, you know, stronger with the second ultimate. Right, the attacking team is being attacked strongly, and seems like the strategy from defending team is that they're just gonna rush and not allow that payload to be moved. Let's see how it goes, because I think MST is thinking differently. They definitely want to cross that line. And now it seems like they secured the area, so MST is getting control of the area, and now it's the time where they start escorting the payload. Obviously, at that point, it's a bit harder for the defending team. So for T1, because after they revive, it takes some time to run back to that area. But again, you see some nice individual moves. So Aletta is here again from T1 team. She did 1 kill, although she died next to the payload, but she resulted a 2 versus 2 situation. And here you see some Ossa's magic again. Ossa's in action. The camera movement whenever Osas is on screen, it's even hard to follow the thinking of the player. So insane, skills, insane gaming skills. Now it seems like the T1 team could somewhat get control of the payload. Now again, an Aletta versus Ossa situation. But Aletta is not really wanting to have that fight. She decided to escort the payload. Osas had a nice shot, but then got killed by Aletta. And there you go. They successfully crossed that line in a bit more than 2 minutes, which makes it 2-1. I'm not sure if we're gonna have a break now. I hope not, because I really want to see who's gonna be the ultimate winner, and I'm not sure if we're gonna have another payload escort or it's now the time to jump over to the clash. We'll see. Alright, checking live chat. I see Aaron saying hello Nerf Johnny. Interesting, he just got buffed, buddy. With the double veil of chaos and his weapon buff or weapon damage buff. I think he's one of the best assassins in the game at the moment. He could even compete with Aletta, but because the buff has been just recently introduced, I think many players just didn't realize how strong he actually became. Since the patch, I've been playing Johnny Jet a lot, and I really like what I'm seeing. Alright, we're gonna see the next game, T1 versus MST. In the meantime, I'm gonna try to find out what the name of T1 is, because I still don't know, but let's just refer to them as T1. I think you guys got used to it. T1 is just perfectly fine. So T1 versus MST finals, another payload escort map. And I think if this is gonna, in this game, if MST is gonna win this game, then they're gonna win the whole tournament, and then we're not gonna see any clash game mode. If T1 team somehow manages to beat MST, then it's gonna be like the ultimate game. I think that would be clash. That would decide on who's the winner. And this time, MST is on the attacking side. Setups are pretty much the same, no changes. Jabali is going to be the one escorting the payload, Aletta and Hunter doing the killing. Ossa's now defending from the side. He knows that Hunter is there on top. He precisely knows. For 1 second, he had a slight chance to hit that Hunter, but he was checking what's happening next to the payload. Now he knows he's in danger. He knows he's in danger because Aletta jumped up next to him. And now he's dead. I didn't actually see that he died, but then, yeah, now it's on screen. So Osas is dead. Aletta did a great job from the attacking side. And Payload is moving slowly forward. Actually, I think this time, if the Payload is gonna move with this pace, they're gonna actually get to the checkpoint, not like in the previous game. Wow, what a nice double dash from Aletta to get to Osas from above. Osas didn't expect that to happen, and thereby Aletta could easily kill Osas from the back. But Fort and his teammate Aletta are doing their best to keep the control in that zone, and they are now controlling the payload zone, which is kind of hindering MST team. It seemed to be a very nice start for MST, but now they gotta come up with something on how to keep that payload moving. And it seems like they found a good strategy, because out of the blue they just could secure the payload again, and they are already proactively trying to hunt down Osas before they even get the payload. Yes, they reached the checkpoint. Full lineup, Jabali being next to the payload, and Hunter and Aletta trying to just do the killing part. So this was a nice MST moment for sure. Now the T1 team needs to come up with something on how to stop them. Osas from the side, I saw him trying to do some kills there, but it just didn't happen. MST wiped them off the battleground. All 3 team members were down, and I think Jabali already feels that this is gonna be a nice ride. He already feels that at least the first round is in their pockets. I'm not saying they won, but you know, it was a nice escort. They are really close. And by the time I say that, there you go, Osas in action again. He's throwing these headshots with ease. It's like, you know, his crosshair is having some kind of magnet, some head magnet. There you go, Jabali from the back. And there you go, he even hit Aletta, who was jumping. He knew that Aletta is gonna come from the right hand side. So maybe, you know, even if they do the escort MST team, and now the T1 team is proving why they are being present in the grand finals. They are not giving it easy. They are not going to allow them just to cross the finish line. No. They're gonna actually stop them, and they're gonna start pushing it back, pushing the payload back, and thereby winning precious time for themselves for the next round. 50 seconds remaining. I think that with these defending style, they now have a great chance in the second round to escort. And huge thanks to Aletta, Osas, and even Fort. We don't have Fort too much on screen, but Aletta, as you saw, 5 kills in a row. And they're not even trying to push back the payload. They are actually running forward and trying to kill them before they actually get to the payload. 14 seconds left, guys. So MST, it was a really nice start until the checkpoint, and even beyond that for a couple of seconds. But then T1 team just suddenly revived, and they, I don't know, maybe they are some kind of Phoenix team, revived from their ashes and then stopped the payload from crossing the finish line, which means that T1 team has now a chance to win this. If they escort the payload, then they are still in the race for the first place. Alright, so here we are, grand finals, and it's actually a match point or tournament point, because if MST successfully defends, then they win the tournament. On the other hand, if T1 successfully escorts the payload, then they are still in the race and we're gonna go to the next map. Interestingly, Osas is the person starting to push the payload. I can't even imagine how excited the players are. And don't forget, in Japan it's already past 10 p.m. so I'm sure they've been practicing a lot during the day, discussing, you know, different scenarios and strategies, and they must be really tired by now. There you go. Oh my god, did you see that? That hunter kill, insane. Definitely both teams deserve to be in the grand finals. And until now, I think they have a very similar start compared to MST. Both of the teams were pretty quick in the first phase. 2 minutes remaining until the checkpoint. The payload is moving very fast, and the attacking teams, the T1 team, is doing a nice job until now. This is where it always becomes tricky. So when you're around that corner, this is where usually the defending team starts to get a bit stronger. This is where the payload sometimes gets stuck, but not this time. Not this time. Not this time. T1 Aleta, along with Osas, they could successfully escort the payload to the checkpoint, or almost to the checkpoint, but now they got surprised by MST Aleta. They were a bit over optimistic in my opinion, so the T1 Aleta was standing on top of the payload, which caused a bit of an unnecessary risk, and they got punished. They got punished because if they hide behind the payload, I think they would have already passed the checkpoint. Okay, and now the payload is moving again, but if they lose this team fight, then it's gonna be harder and harder for them. Again, T1 Aleta is just doing an amazing job to secure the area, and thereby, you know, the payload just stopped again. Sorry, it wasn't actually the T1 Aleta, I was referring to MST Aleta. But anyways, 10 seconds left, guys. You need to do something, otherwise it's gonna be the end of the road. And I think this is it. GG. A very exciting tournament, very nice gameplays, and they just couldn't make it. They were very strong, but they just couldn't make it. And I think we can all agree that these are the things we want to see. We want to see such tournaments like weekly, monthly. Often they just can't happen because it's so nice to have, you know, such a competitive game. And with all of these tournaments, local or global or regional tournaments, we can spread the word and show the world how good T-Stream Arena actually is. And I really hope, guys, that you enjoyed the stream itself. You know, I'm happy to have a final look at the live chat. What's happening there? Aletta movement is OP. Yeah, Aletta is best hero. I think after seeing this tournament, I can highlight two heroes. Aletta is definitely one of them, and Osas. Not all Osas, but that Osas player from T1 team, he was just amazing. Thank you for the T3 official team. I see the shout out to ShadyFox. Thank you. Thank you guys for staying on the stream. Thank you for sticking around. And thank you for the T3 team, Gordo, BoxyBox, LazyCast for making this happen, because without, you know, collaboration with GOG, this would have not happened. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I'm glad that I have been asked to host this live stream. And self promo is that, guys, don't forget, I'm gonna publish an updated hero tier list in the upcoming days, and as part of that video you're gonna have a chance to win a free Osas Shearwood skin, with the one which costs 3000 glory points. So if you have a second, hop over to my channel. You know, if you like what you see there, don't forget to subscribe. And thank you all for sticking around and staying with me in the past. Actually, it was 3.5 hours. It was a pleasure, and have a nice Sunday. See you all, guys. See you on the battlegrounds. Bye. Whoa. It seems like there's something happening I wasn't aware of. So for me, it felt like that after 3-1 victory for MST, that's the end of the road, but it seems like it's not. So I was saying goodbye too early. So let's see what's happening here. Is there gonna be one more game? Good question, live chat. What happened? I really hope they're not showing a replay right now, because it felt like that it's the end already. Anyways, I'm gonna just stay here for a couple of seconds to see what's happening now. I'm just gonna stay here for a couple of seconds because I see next to the grand finals it seems like that he has been restarted. I'm gonna check with the team in the background. Give me a second. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe a bonus match. Just give me a second. Until then, enjoy what you see on screen. I'm gonna check with T3 official team, LazyCast, to find out what's happening. I'm gonna be back in a couple of minutes.
Triple Triple kill.
Go! Just kidding.
Quadruple kill.
Alright, here I am again, and I had to spend some time figuring out what's happening in the background. And basically there is a rule we were not aware of, and the MST team needs now to prove one more time that they are the better team, and this is why we are seeing these additional games. I was partially looking at the first game. I think we're already in the second one, but I'm gonna bring myself up to speed to check what happened. So basically MST team needs to earn a second victory over T1 to prove that they are better, and they already did one game, which means that we're gonna have at least 2 more games ahead. Sorry for the confusion. LazyCast had to align with the organizers in the background to figure out what's happening and then pass me the information. But basically this is a rule we were not aware of. But it means even more excitement for us, more games to watch, and more nice moves from both parties. So MST team in this round is on the attacking side. They are bringing their kinda used setup to Bali, Hunter and Aletta, and defending team, no surprise, Fort, Aletta and Ossas. So if they win, if MST can win this, then it means that they are the ultimate winners. Basically, it's because of the loser bracket and the grand finals had to reset and play it again just to, make super sure that they are the best team in Japan. But until now, it feels like that they are performing really well, and I would be surprised if it changes. Even though with that Ossas defending, I think the MST team is just simply unstoppable. Jabali again sticking and being glued to the payload, supported by Aletta and Hunter just running close to the enemy, trying to get some early kills. Hunter is positioning himself very nicely because by the time they, get near to the payload, they are kind of almost dead, or at least they lose some HP, but not this time because defending Aletta could easily kill Hunter and thereby put the MST team into a pretty bad position. Payload stopped. Ossas magic again on screen. Seems like they fully secured the area. Ossas placing his teleport nicely. I think he got a bit over optimistic now, but still, in order to get to that payload, they need to bypass an Aletta in the fort. And also, by the time I said that, Ossas is also back. And the defending team T1 is not allowing MST to get close to that payload. And again, just like in the previous game, when they get to that corner, this is the point where they always start having issues. Yeah, in the meantime, I'm checking chat. Yeah, it seems it's not round 2 for grand final. It's because MST needs to, prove that they are actually the best team. This is why it has been reset. And T1 team could successfully stop them. So let's see. It's getting more and more interesting because we cannot definitely say that one team is stronger than the other. Like MST seems to be slightly stronger, but this time T1 team could stop them. Alright, let's see what they can do. Now MST is defending. They didn't get too far. I love that spot from Aletta. Let's see if she can actually utilize it. Hunter also being in position. And T1 Aletta instead going to the payload along with Ford. They are going up to the building, trying to check where the defending players are being positioned, and they could successfully kill Aletta, which means that their strategy seems to work. So instead instantly moving the payload, they gonna try to weaken the enemy team and then start moving to their payload. I missed the moment what happened between Osas and Hunter, but I see Osas being down. Payload is moving very close to the destination area, which would mean it's gonna be a loss for MST if they get to that point. Yes, we are for a slight second we saw you know, the camera from the payload camera. I think they're gonna do it. There you go. Which means the standing is now 1-1. So the whole thing is still open. And actually, guys, I'm glad to see, by the way, that you are still around on the live chat. So some viewers have dropped, but despite of having this unforeseen situation, I'm glad that you are still around. And I know I already said goodbye, but it's more of a goodbye and welcome again. We're gonna see at least two more games. So, if I'm not mistaken, the setup is not going to change. I think they're not going to change it at all. So we're going to see the same lineups. Again, we have Ford, Aletta, and Osas versus Hunter, Jabali, and Aletta. And it's now 1-1, if I'm not mistaken. You're going to see it on the screen in a moment. Yes, it's 1-1. And now MST is starting on the defending side. I'm sure they are pretty hyped, but they played so many matches in a row. I'm sure they are super tired by now. And since we are close to 4 p.m. my time, it means it's already 11 p.m. in Japan. Let's see how MST can do the defending side this time. Oh, the lovely Osas shot again. I think it's already visible on the gameplay that the players are getting tired. It's not that organized anymore than it was in the previous games. But they're just gonna fight until their last breath. Because both of them were really, grab this title and to proudly say that they are the best team in Japan. Now it was an easy kill on Osas. Payload, at this point, usually the attacking teams don't have an issue. But now we get to the famous second corner where usually the defending team is taking over, taking control. And it seems like it's already happening. So with Jabali and Hunter hiding there, they had a nice chance to stop that payload, but then by the time I said that out loud, Fort just did the double, and seems like they're gonna buy themselves a couple of meters. They are approaching to the checkpoint, and it seems like that during the last couple of games, MST is somewhat falling behind. Maybe they got disappointed about the fact that they need to reset and redo it one more time. I don't know, but now in this game it feels like the T1 team is just stronger.
The payload is approaching a checkpoint.
MST team was so organized in attacking and defending as well, and now they are just seeming to fall apart. Getting to the payload, payload area one by one. Jabali, just running next to the payload without his teammates being around. It's not the nice idea. I think they would need to calm down a bit. They would need to take a deep breath. Otherwise, we may be seeing an epic T1 comeback here, guys. And according to what I know, if this series or these rounds, whoever gets to the first victories first, that team is going to be the ultimate winner of the tournament. Otherwise, there's going to be another surprise, which I'm not aware of. But basically, what we see now, this is going to be deciding on who's going to be the final winner. If it's MST, then it's going to be MST. If T1, then it's going to be T1. No more Clash, no more other game modes. As far as I understand. Osas again. Maybe he's half sleeping already, but at the same time, maybe he had a coffee or something, because he's still throwing nice headshots now and then. I can definitely see that MST in this game is struggling. They are struggling with defending. They had better games. They had better strategies. Now it's more of them just running into the payload, trying to do something. It's a bit, seems to be a bit hopeless fight. Not sure, we'll see, because until they don't enter the finish line, everything is open. Yeah, it feels like they are really struggling, but at the same time, because the respawn area, the payload is really close to the respawn area, it's now again easier to defend. So if they manage to kill at least one enemy or two from the T1 team, then obviously they gain a slight advantage, because it takes a bit more time. Wow, what a nice shot from Hunter. It was his ultimate throwing Otsus up into the air, and then he shot him in while he was in the air. Nice move. Nice move. Okay, I was saying in the last 2 minutes that MST is having problems with defending, and now here we are. 9 seconds left, and MST seems to defend the payload. I think they're not gonna make it to the finish line. It's a bit of an overtime, but still I think it's not going to be enough. So, this tournament is getting more and more exciting, guys. Let's see how they're going to do on the attacking side now, MST. But I wouldn't want to bet on who's going to win this. Yeah, I see you guys are, somebody is saying T1, somebody is saying MST. I think we could all agree that both of the teams are very enjoyable to watch, and they would both deserve to be the winners here. Okay, and now T1 team is again defending, and the MST team is attacking. So the T1 team made it pretty far. They almost got to the finish line. So MST needs to have a good speedy attacking strategy to keep themselves in the race. Otherwise, it's gonna be 2-1 for T1. Again, a lovely headshot from Ossas. He just knew that the letter is gonna come. Nice shot. Actually, both shots landed. The first one wasn't headshot, but still he hit Hunter, and then he could successfully kill him. And already you can see that MST is having issues with starting the payload. So T1 team is doing a nice job defending here near to the spawn point, or basically pushing them back and not even really giving a chance to start the payload until just now, because Jabali and Daletta started escorting the payload. Let's see how far they can go, because the full team is already here. Fort was there, and Aletta and Ossas also made their ways back in the meantime. It seems like that, again, that spooky, creepy corner. This is the point where the defending teams get stronger. Maybe it's because of the positioning, maybe it's because of the walls and the building. It's just hard to bypass that spot on the map. And now T1 has the control. They started pushing back the payload. It feels like, based on players' movement, it seems like they are already somewhat celebrating, but they shouldn't celebrate just yet, because even if they win this match, they need to win one more. For a couple of seconds, guys, I just wasn't talking and trying to, enjoying the game as a viewer, because I just realized that I was talking for 4 hours straight. Thank you guys for everyone who is still around. You are real heroes, and I need to admit that, even I got exhausted after so much talking. I can't believe that how hard it can be for the players who are playing their 11th or 12th game already. It's insane. So much focus is needed. And as a proof, you could say that Ossas finally missed the shot. But T1 team could successfully defend, which means it's 2-1 for T1 team at the moment. And that means MST got into a very unfortunate and emotionally difficult position, because even after winning the previous series of the grand final, now they are like one step away, so close to actually lose the second grand finals. Because if T1 is gonna win this, then it's over for them. Thank you, Mike, for still being around. And thank you for everybody else who is on the live chat. It's like the live stream overtime, because we all expected this to last until 10 p.m. So it was planned to be a 3-hour tournament. We just passed the 4th hour, and you know, we still may have 1 or 2 games ahead. King Immortal, these players are so good. I couldn't agree more. They are really nice and players we can actually learn from. It's very enjoyable to watch them. Alright, let's see what MST can do here in the grand finals. It's their final shot, their final chance to prove that they are the best teams. I can't even, you know, imagine their current blood pressure. I think it's up in the sky. It must be very, very exciting for them. And again, let me remind you, it's 11 p.m. in Japan. So it became a late night gaming for them. This time Ossas didn't actually sense where they're gonna come from. And after realizing that, he's changing position and already actively trying to demolish the MST team. But now without success. So MST Aletta landed the kill on Ossas, and they started moving the payload. So they are not giving up. They are not giving up. They are past the first corner. Fourth, they're gonna need to face fourth here. Jabali and Hunter facing fourth. 2 versus 1. Easy kill on fourth. And now Ossas from behind, sneaking from behind. He's gonna try to stop them, but he just can't. Jabali and Hunter realize that Ossas is behind them. They turn back and landed an easy kill. So I can say that MST, guys, they are still in the game. They are gonna reach the first checkpoint very soon. And the time is super nice. I don't even know if there was any team in the tournament getting to the first checkpoint so quickly. Yeah, Jabali is gonna have some issues killing both Aletta and Ossas. He didn't succeed, but still, it's a good achievement that they actually already got to this point so quickly. So if they don't mess it up now, if they are doing and performing an organized attack with Hunter and Aletta together, then I think they still have a chance. If they pass the checkpoint, then the next corner is going to be again easier for them. Usually, that's easy peasy. There you go. There you go. MST team took over control again. They passed the checkpoint. And if everything goes fine, and it seems like never ever everything goes fine because Jabali is down, but if everything goes fine, they can actually have a nice nice game here, which would mean that in that case they are gonna put MST into a difficult and bad T1 team into a difficult and bad position. Let's see, because this time Jabali is also defending really nicely. Aletta is also playing, just as we would expect her to play. And Hunter, we don't see too much Hunter, footage, or we don't have Hunter many times on screen. But I think he's also doing a lot of damage. I would really want to see, the overall damage output. Yeah, I just had a quick sneak peek on the chat. I can't believe it's 4 hours. You tell me. I mean, I've been sitting here for 4 hours straight, and I think we had like three like mini breaks for 2 or 3 minutes, which was just enough to get myself a drink. There you go. MST team very close to the finish line, 5 meters missing, and successfully defended So they need to do a final push. It's gonna be still a great run, in my opinion, if they can do it. But T1 team again is proving why they are here in the finals. Even in the last seconds, last meters, they are, you know, cold-bloodedly defending their payload, or defending so that the payload cannot cross the finish line. Now Aletta and Hunter trying to clean the payload area. I think for 1 second it felt like that they're gonna succeed, but then no. T1 team again successfully defended. They still have some time. Have some time, but if they keep dying one by one, they're just not gonna do it. Based on the last 30 seconds, guys, it feels like the T1 team is gonna prevent them from escorting the payload. 27 seconds left, and I think this is the point, you know, where you are emotionally exhausted and also physically, and I don't really see a chance how they could perform this. 10 seconds, there's gonna be a slight overtime. Jabali being next to the payload. Yeah, it seems to be okay. Payload is moving. Payload is still moving over time, 1 meter, and actually they did it. In the last second, they did it. So they are still in the race, 5:32 time. It's not like the best time ever, but it's doable. And I think the MST team precisely knows that if they screw it up now, that's gonna be the, you know, no more chances, no more games, and they're gonna be sad if that happens. They're gonna be sad if that happens, but even if they finish second place, even if that happens, I think they should be very proud of what they showed us today. Not to mention the T1 team. I think their overall gameplay and performance during the tournament wasn't that balanced. So they had like good games and also not so good ones. But in the grand finals, they really showed us how T3 Arena should be played on a professional level. Have they had a break time? Well, somewhat, but not too much. So they didn't really have time to rest. Alright. So it may be that we are seeing the last game. MST, they need to do their best. They need to do their best, and fingers crossed. You know how it goes. You always, you know, tend to try to support the team who is a bit behind, just to make it even more and more exciting. But at this point, guys, I can say I think we had so much excitement already that I wouldn't even mind that if this is the last game we are seeing, because we got so much already. And the whole community can be thankful that these tournaments are already being organized. Aletta versus Aletta gameplay again. So basically it's up for the MST team, you know, if they can defend the payload, and if not, how quickly T1 can pass the finish line. We are getting to that corner I talked about in the previous games. This time, it doesn't feel like that the T1's team is having big issues getting past that corner. The payload is now turning, and we are nearing to the first checkpoint. Interestingly, this time Ford is not really actively escorting the payload, so he's kind of, you know, more of a rumor, just running around the map, and it's more Aletta trying to do some kills, but at the same time sticking next to the payload. Now we saw a very good movement from defending team, so not exactly at the corner, but still before the checkpoint they could stop the payload and thereby buy themselves some time. If they could somehow survive the next 30 minutes, it would mean 2-2, and they would get yet another chance to win the tournament. 20 seconds to go, and they are for now doing pretty fine. Checkpoint is very, very close, very close. Yeah, I think yeah, they just did the checkpoint. So then now MST got a chance. They had a chance to stop them, but they just couldn't. And now they just need to make sure that somehow with a miracle just stop this awesome Osas, the Ford, and Aletta. Osas already checking for his targets, but he got shot from the side by Hunter. Payload seems to stop now because you know, because of the team fight. Hunter is pretty much like the last chance to keep them alive. He got a health pack. Aletta is reviving Jabali as well, so they're gonna join the fight. This is where Hunter dies, but it's gonna be 2 versus 3 again. Aletta jumping in from behind, trying to do some killing, and I feel like that they won't be able to stop them. They won't be able to stop them, but still, I think super nice. Actually, Hunter did some magic again. Unbelievable, unbelievable. It would be insanely cool to stop them for again a minute, but I was about to say that, guys, even if they don't, they should be really proud of themselves. It was a great show from both of the teams. Let's see, because 10 meters, it can be, you know, very close, but at the same time we saw matches where it was really far away. 4 meters ahead, and I think T1 team is gonna escort. Yep, and I can also read on the live chat that, oh man, T1 got it, and thereby we can announce the winners of the tournament. It's not MST. Because of the grand final reset, they had to replay the whole thing, and T1 stream has proven that they are the real champions. They stick to the heroes they played from the beginning, Ford, Aletta, and Osas. We saw insanely nice moves and shots from Osas, nice defending and nice protecting and nice escorting of the payload from Ford, and insane gameplay from Aletta. But I think both teams would have deserved the victory. And guys, I already said one time that, you know, thank you for sticking around, but I'm gonna repeat it. Thank you for staying with us. It lasted for more than 4 hours, guys. More than 4 hours. It was a tons of excitement, and I was really happy to be here with you guys. I really hope you enjoyed. You know, leave comments and give us feedback of if you like these type of tournaments, if you want to see more of them. And my voice is going away. I wish you all a lovely Sunday. And again, big thanks to official T3 team for making this happen, for having the opportunity to live stream. And thank you for GOG in Japan for organizing the tournament. And now one more time saying goodbye. It was ShadyFox with you in the last couple of hours. Take care and see you soon. Bye.